Chapter 394. It rained in winter, and the winter clothes were cold. Thin ice covered the earth in the evening, and the river was still winding. Thousands of boats gathered and headed for the capital. Zhang Zhong contacted the county magistrates of several other counties and asked them to transport the goods to the capital together. After weighing the pros and cons, they all agreed. After the winter rain, the taxes of several counties were all transported to the wharf of Huayuan County. The fleet that had already been deployed leaned against one side and waited for the shipment. When the ships were loaded and set off one after another, the mighty fleet attracted the attention of everyone who saw it. Zhang Zhong went in person and invited the other county magistrates to do the same. The county magistrates felt that they should not miss such an opportunity. If the officials above gave them some benefits, they would let others take advantage of them. Therefore, under the hospitality of Zhang Zhong, they sat in the cabin of the Zhang family. They chatted on the way. A few days later, when they were about to arrive at the capital, Zhang Zhong said to everyone when they finished eating, "Everyone, I have something to discuss with you." Since the last competition in the Academy of Jianjia, the number of people had increased a lot. More than 400 people were studying in the academy together. The old man became a busy man. In addition to teaching in person, he also took care of some trivial things. One day, after giving a lecture to the students, Li Sun hurried over from Huayuan County while wearing a brand new cotton vest and strolling in the academy. When the old man saw Li Sun, he asked with a smile, "Little prince, did you find something interesting?" "Old minister, the Zhang family gave me something and asked me to install it on their ship. I asked someone to install it on the small boat. Look, I came here on the small boat. The boat also went on this river, which flowed toward the capital. The boat went on this river, and the water flowed. I sat there and watched the water flow until—" Li Sun's first two sentences were fine, but towards the end, he became incoherent. He pulled on the old man's sleeve and walked towards the river. The old man was very puzzled. When did Li Sun become so unsteady? As he was being dragged away, he said, "Little prince, don't be anxious. Take your time. I know you came from this river. Don't be anxious." "What are you talking about? Old minister, do you know how long it took me to get here from your nephew's dock?" Li Sun suppressed his excitement, but he couldn't control Wei Wei's trembling body, and asked the old man, "How long did it take? If it was fast, it would take less than half a day. If it was slow, it would take more than half a day. Could it be that you walked for an entire day? It's not even noon yet. Did you come out last night? You've only just arrived?" The old man estimated the time and asked. Li Sun shook his head vigorously and gestured with his other hand. "I came here from the dock at 5:15. It's now 9:15. How long do you think it took me?" "What? 3.5 hours? You came here from there? Did you fly? What's going on? Tell me." The old man didn't need to think carefully and said the time. He looked at Li Sun with suspicion, wondering if he was lying. Li Sun nodded. "It's almost the same as flying. You'll know when you get to the river." The 8 of us pushed hard at the same time. The boat went against the water and came here with a whoosh. The bow of the boat left the water from time to time. It couldn't be held down. "Is there such a thing? Is there such a thing?" The old man also became excited. He quickened his pace and jogged to follow Li Sun in that direction. This was all thanks to Shui Yunden's usual diet adjustment. Otherwise, his body definitely wouldn't be in its current state. The two of them ran to the riverside, and the boat stopped not far from the small bridge. The old man came closer and took a closer look. He saw that the back of this boat was different from other boat. There was a large groove dug out, and in the groove, there was something half exposed and half submerged in the water. The exposed part was about 6 feet long. There were also some connecting poles placed in 8 places in front of the boat. There was a person sitting there with his feet on the pedals. The old man recognized the pedals. It was something like a tricycle sent by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo a few days ago. Sitting on it and pedaling with his feet, the car could move forward. It was very convenient. There were also some replacement parts, saying that they were not made well and would break easily. He also wrote a letter to Lujiro, asking her to come quickly. "Old minister, it's this thing. Xiao Bao gave it to me and asked me to install it on the boat. The boat is not finished yet, so it was modified by other big boat. When you take it over, you can adjust the position. But this thing is too strange. I don't know what's going on." Li Sun helped the old man get on the boat and said. His voice was trembling like Weiwei. The old man sat down doubtfully and waited to experience the speed. He didn't say anything. "Push hard and let the Lord see." Li Sun ordered and sat next to the old man. The 8 of them stretched out their hands and held onto the fixed handles. Then, they began to kick quickly. The first few kicks were quite strenuous, and the boat swayed back and forth. As the 8 of them kicked faster and faster, the boat stopped swaying and moved forward. At first, the old man didn't feel anything, but he felt it was strange. It seemed to be different from the boats he knew before. Boats had 2 wheels on the side, but this one was at the back, and he couldn't see the wheels. But after a few breaths, the old man was astonished. The speed of the boat had already surpassed all the boats they usually took. After waiting for a little while, the 8 people stood up and held onto the higher handrails. The moment their bodies swayed left and right, the bow of the boat suddenly swayed. The wind blew past his face, and the old man's hands were on the handrails on both sides. He turned his head and looked back, only to see the water behind the boat churning and ripples moving away. "Li Sun, what's going on? Why is it so fast?" The old man gasped for breath and shouted at Li Sun. "What else could it be? This is something made by the Zhang family. As for why it's so fast, I don't know. But I know that if this thing is installed on a warship, with 2 wheels on both sides, it can change direction at any time. Whether it's chasing or escaping, no boat can compete with it. Old minister, what should I do? Should I install it or not?" No wonder they asked for a large amount of steel to make this thing. They also sent a lot of parts, saying that it's easy to break. If at most 16 people push together, it'll probably take less than 4 hours, or even less. They said that they didn't tell me about the bearing, friction, toughness, and so on. I don't understand. Li Sun didn't know what to do. This thing was a sharp weapon. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't allow the Zhang family to use it. The old man was scared. If this was the speed of 8 people, wouldn't 16 people be even faster? He stroked his chest and said to Li Sun, "You can't do it now. Lujiro, the minister of the Ministry of Works, will be here soon. It'll probably be in 2 days. No wonder they sent me a tricycle. It's the same principle. Not to mention 4 hours, even if it breaks down in half an hour, it can decide the outcome of the battle at a critical moment. During a dogfight, if a few ships like this suddenly attack the opponent's main ship, the other ships won't have time to rescue them. Plus, with the clairvoyance, who can find the enemy first and make arrangement. In a naval battle, who can be the opponent? After 2 days, I'll continue to look for steel for the Zhang family. No, I can't just wait. I have to meet that person and have a good talk with him. I want to see what kind of person he is. Is there anything in this world that he doesn't know? Oh, maybe it's 2 people. According to the news I got, Song Jinggong said that it's a pair of swords. Amazing, there's actually such a person. Li Sun saw that he had the support of the old man and had an explanation for Zhang Xiaobao, so he nodded. "Old minister, how about we turn around and go back first? If it breaks down later, we'll have to repair it slowly." "Okay, let's go back." The old man wanted to drink some tea to calm his mind. "Stop, turn around," Li Sun ordered. The 8 people received the order and stopped moving. They picked up the oars and turned the direction little by little. At this time, Li Sun said, "Old minister, if my ship is in a wide area, it can easily turn around without oars. There's a rudder. On the lake between the clouds and the water, I made a big circle on the way here." Oh, then you can do the same on the river and the Yellow River. Write a letter to the Zhang family later. At this time, the old man felt that his whole body was weak. He was too excited just now. The boat turned around and headed back. At this time, the 8 people were not as fast as before. When they passed by the boats that had just passed by, the people on the boats all looked at Li Sun's boat in horror. They did not see anyone rowing, nor did they see anyone pushing. This boat flew past them like it was flying. With such a boat, even the seasonal fruits of Sichuan would dare to be transported to the capital. When the ship returned to between the clouds and the water, the old man shivered and came to the shore. He exhaled, looked back at the ship and commented, "Good stuff. The Zhang family has enjoyed too much. They want to use the things they made at home first. Old minister is right. But how can these things only be used at home?" Li Sun also noticed this. For example, the Zhang family made the curved plows first because they had land. Also, the white folding blankets were made to keep the Zhang family warm in winter. At this time, a servant of the old man's family rushed over and said to the old man, "Master, Minister Lu from the Ministry of Works has arrived. He is waiting for you at between the clouds and the water." "Oh? He came so quickly. Come with me." The old man was happy and walked to between the clouds and the water first. At a door on the second floor, the old man's figure appeared. When he saw Lu Jiro, both of them said at the same time, "Something big happened." After they finished speaking, both of them were stunned at the same time and said again, "You know." "Old minister, you go first," Lu Jiro said. The old man laughed. "Minister Lu, you go first. I don't think we are talking about the same thing. My matter should be told outside by the river." "By the river? That's not it. My matter is in the capital, and has nothing to do with the river. Old minister, you can't imagine what that Zhang Zhong did. He joined forces with the county magistrates of the surrounding counties, and listed the matters of some counties. After that, he asked for the counties to be merged into a province." Chapter 395. What? Say that again? The old man felt that there must be something wrong with his ears. Zhang Zhong joined forces with the county magistrates of several other counties, and wanted to combine the counties into one state. He took out a report on how much tax the counties would pay, and how much the people's living standards would be after the counties were combined. The county magistrates of the other counties all signed their names on it. In addition to this, there is also a military sand table and a comprehensive military adjustment report. As long as they are united, they can use the terrain of the counties to resist when attacked from the outside. The imperial court is already discussing how to use the terrain of the counties to resist. Lu Jiro said word by word. He still didn't dare to believe this matter, but Zhang Zhong really did it. The report also included the matters of the Ministry of Work. The coal was there, and it could be used directly on the side for smelting. The 2 rivers didn't lack water and were convenient for transportation. The old man had suffered 2 shocks in a row today. He felt that it was difficult to breathe, so he picked up the tea on the table and poured it down his throat. After a while, he sat down and silently looked at the charming lake outside the window, not saying a word. Lu Jiro also sat down and looked at the boats that were harvesting the reeds. From time to time, someone would pick something from the reeds and put it into their mouth to eat. The 2 of them sat for a full quarter of an hour, and Li Sun also stood beside them for a quarter of an hour. He finally understood why the Zhang family spent so much money to buy things from the surrounding counties, why they had to build all the roads, and why the game store was first opened in the counties. Everything they did was for the sake of this year's tax, for the sake of connecting the economies of the several counties, and for the sake of familiarizing people with the topography of the several counties. The final result was to let the higher-ups understand that the several counties could be combined into a state. After spring, the people of the counties would have more income. The rented land for planting vegetables would make this place very prosperous. At the very least, merchants would come to buy and sell, and at the very least, the number of tourists would increase. It was no longer appropriate for this kind of place to be directly managed by the capital. It needed to become a state. But what good would this do for Zhang Zhong? Could it be that he didn't want to leave? Then why did he give him such a scary thing and let him install it on the ship? Which one was real? Which one was fake? Li Sun couldn't figure it out. After all, he was still too young. However, there were two ministers here. They had a lot of experience and could analyze some things. Lu Jiro opened her mouth first. Old minister, I'm a little afraid of the Zhang family now. I'm afraid of the people behind them. What a big scheme. I can't guess what other tricks they have. Scared, I'm scared too. Is the ship moving so fast part of the plan? Back then, when the county magistrate of Sanshui County, Cheng Lingxiang, wrote a letter from Beijing, he mentioned some of the things that happened in Sanshui County. In order to push him up, the Zhang family pushed Sanshui County up 8 times. At that time, he was afraid. The Zhang family was still a Zhuangzi. With the power of a village, they could push down a county. Then, when the Zhang family had a county, wouldn't they be able to push down a prefecture? If the Zhang family was given a province and a prefecture, would they push a country around? What about now? Sure enough, if they were given a county, they would be able to push down a prefecture. Although I don't know what was written in the memorial, I think this matter has already been done. The mountains and rivers over there are all connected, and there are all kinds of things. Did they mention the lake? The old man sighed with emotion. He couldn't believe that the Zhang family had set up the scheme like this. It seemed that as long as they gave the Zhang family a little chance, they could infinitely magnify this opportunity and arrange the overall situation unknowingly or when they were clearly watching. Even if you stared at every place, you couldn't guess what they wanted to do and what their final goal was. Even now, who dared to say that the Zhang family didn't have a backup plan? Who could say that the Zhang family's chess game had reached the end? At this time, Lu Jiro's movements and expressions slowed down because she kept thinking about things in her head. After the old man finished speaking, he said after a while, "Yes, they mentioned the lake. They can train a navy in the lake. It's said that they will use a new thing that can make the ships faster, and we don't have to worry about the capital anymore. A navy is enough. Old minister, do you know what it is?" "I know. How could I not know? When I just got off the ship, it was like flying." "I see. Why did they give me a tricycle?" "They transferred you here to tell me about this matter. Even the timing was perfect. They installed the little prince's ship and brought me here to let me know and tell you. Isn't that right, little prince?" As the old man spoke, he suddenly turned to Li Sun. Lu Jiro also looked at Li Sun. Li Sun's face was pale. He sat down on the floor and slowly took out a thick envelope from his arms. He licked his lips and said, "It's true. It's true. Old minister, Minister Lu, when I came here, Xiao Bao gave me these things. He said that if I happened to meet someone from the capital between the clouds and the water, and that person happened to be Minister Lu, I should give this letter to Minister Lu. If I didn't meet him, I should burn it. Now that Minister Lu is here, I should give it to Minister Lu. Today I have seen what it means to have a perfect plan. Minister Lu, please." Lu Jiro was already unable to move. Li Sun's words made her and the old man feel cold all over and their hands and feet numb. The two of them never thought that the person behind the Zhang family would be able to calculate things to this extent. What else could he not calculate? Fortunately, there was still a waiter guarding the door. Seeing that Li Sun was about to give something to Lu Jiro, and the three of them were still motionless, he ran forward and handed the envelope to Lu Jiro. He then quietly retreated to the door and stood there, but his heart was not calm at all. He was sent by the inner courtyard of the main family. He knew who was the most powerful in this aspect. As long as the young master was willing to help, there was no need to be afraid of any trouble. No matter what difficulty was, it could be solved. The young master and young lady had always been gentle to the inner courtyard and the villagers. He had seen the young master make a move several times. Every time, the people who came to cause trouble were defeated. At that time, he was already in awe of the young master. He did not expect that today, even 2 ministers and a marquis would be involved. His future days would be better. If the young master could even calculate the ministers, what would he be afraid of? The old man, Lu Jiro, and Li Sun did not know that the waiter was secretly laughing. Lu Jiro opened the envelope and took out a piece of paper from inside. She carefully looked at it. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. She raised her head and met the old man's gaze. Old minister, this is the blueprint for the propeller. If you follow the instructions on it, you can make the propeller. This is the last page. Give the one on the little prince's ship to me. I'll compare it. After you make it, don't forget to leave a few for the Zhang family. The Zhang family has great use for it. The Zhang family will not make the same thing themselves in the future. Old minister, I want to see that person. I don't know if you can help me send a letter. The Marquis of Wu is very capable. I won't make any requests. Just seeing him is enough. I won't send troops to capture him. This person is very good at calculation. If by any chance, he leaves the Zhang family and goes to seek refuge somewhere else, my dynasty will not be able to afford to lose him. This old man has the same idea. I can only write a letter to the Zhang family's children and ask them. If possible, you and I will go together and tell them what the Zhang family's intentions are. Do they want to stay and not leave? The old man happily agreed. As for whether they could succeed or not, that was not important. Lu Jiro was a minister. When she analyzed things, she was much better than Li Sun. She thought for a moment and said, "This is to pave the way for Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong is only a county magistrate right now, a lower 7th rank official. Originally, I thought that the Zhang family would change Huiyuan County to an upper county and let Zhang Zhong be a lower 6th rank official. This way, if he was placed there, he would be a lower province's minister of war, a lower 6th rank official. If he was promoted, it would be easier for the higher-ups to explain. Or maybe he would be a lower province's governor, a lower 6th rank official. Both are not bad. Unfortunately, the Zhang family doesn't think so. No matter how good these 2 positions are, they can't be compared to a provincial governor. If this is feasible, even though it's a new province, it's still Zhongzhou. Since Zhang Zhong has put in so much effort, he should have a share of it, right? It also has to be a good position. 5th rank is easy. If Zhang Zhong is no longer an official in Xinzhou, he will be exiled voluntarily or by someone. Then, the higher-ups will naturally compensate him. The Zhang family plans to arrange for Zhang Zhong to be a lower province's provincial governor. This is a lower 4th rank official. Good ability, good calculation. When the time comes, it will be done by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. Even if he hides behind, the higher-ups will still be able to find out. Even if they can't find out, don't they still have me? After offering things again and again, in the end, he gave the Ministry of Works a blueprint. And the Ministry of War will also intervene. At the last moment, he was framed by the people of the Ministry of Works and sent to the most remote place. Even if the emperor doesn't promote him, it won't make sense. Old minister, don't you think so? Lu Jiro put everything together and finally analyzed what the Zhang family wanted to do. They didn't want a mere deputy official position and directly wanted to be a provincial governor. They pushed a province and gave such a big gift. In addition to the things they offered before and the status of Zhuangyuan, all of this was calculated. The old man also thought of this and added, "If it's only like this, the emperor may directly pull him to the capital and give him a 5th rank official. But the most important thing is the Zhang family's ability. No matter where they are, they can always make the people there live well. The power of a village can make the people of Sanshui City live a good life. The power of a county can make the surrounding counties live a good life. Then, if Zhang Zhong is placed in the worst place, Can the Zhang family also make the people there live a good life? Increase the rent and tax? This is what the emperor is thinking. If the worst place is taken care of, Zhang Zhong can also go to the worst places. It's nothing more than increasing the title and empty position. The people behind the Zhang family are calculating their temperament. I'm old. I really want to see what the Zhang family can do outside. Li Sun was also listening to the conversation between the two of them. His status made it impossible for the two of them to chase him out. As he listened, he suddenly said, "I've decided. I'll tell my imperial uncle in advance that my fief will follow the Zhang family. Wherever his family goes, I'll go. Even if the land is smaller, I'll agree to it even if I don't have to live in it." Chapter 396. Lu Jiro's words made Li Sun somewhat unconvinced. "Minister Lu, who do you think can be better than me and the Zhang family? I don't need to have anything to do with Zhang Zhong. Ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Who do they want to be with them?" Without waiting for Minister Lu to speak, the old man said, "Little prince, if possible, you really should follow the Zhang family. Learn more. Look at Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, these two children. They always make people feel at ease when they talk and do things. How could the Marquis say those words before?" Old Minister Lu is right. Little Prince should indeed follow the Zhang family. The Zhang family is very capable. Look at the Zhang family. They always leave a way out. When they have a way to make a lot of money and good technology, they never hide it. They directly take it out and give what should be given, and what should be given. With this kind of grasp, people who are really powerful won't deliberately look for trouble. Only those who don't open their eyes want to suppress the Zhang family to improve themselves. What's the result? Lu Jiro was also teaching Li Sun on the side. She found that the little prince, who was arrogant and despotic in the capital, had changed. If she met him outside, people who didn't know him would only think that this child was good. She didn't feel the original sharpness of relying on his identity. Perhaps this was what he learned from the Zhang family. The Zhang family did so many things, especially when they encountered forces that deliberately made things difficult for them. At the beginning, they were always so peaceful. They took a step back and then another step back. When they retreated, they dug a trap. When they didn't want to retreat and counterattacked, that kind of sharpness could grasp the opponent between life and death. The Zhang family was like a net. At first, it was soft and made people feel that they could break through any place. Those who didn't know what was good for them would let the net shrink when they touched it. This was called spinning a cocoon around oneself. Li Sun also understood. Even if he really followed the Zhang family, it was impossible for him to be in Fef. Even if he and the Zhang family were good, there were other marquises, princes, and some big families. Wouldn't they send people to contact the Zhang family? It was impossible for him to drive away everyone who wanted to get close to the Zhang family. He only had one advantage, and that was that he was on good terms with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Usually, if he didn't find them to play with, they would find something good for him, or they would make something delicious and invite him to eat with them. Thinking of this, Li Sun said seriously, "I know what to do. In the past, the Zhang family wanted to rely on me and didn't dare to offend me. But now they still want to give me benefits. This is definitely not the reason. With the power of the Zhang family, they don't need to care about a marquis. No matter how powerful a marquis is, what can I do to a top scorer? Sun Xian was beaten to death. Imperial uncle doesn't care so much. If I really have a conflict with an official, I will be punished. Little prince, it's good that you think this way. I heard that the little prince is sick and can't move at all. Little prince, you have to take care of yourself," Lu Jiro suddenly said at this time. She was already an adult, but she still winked at Li Sun. Li Sun was not stupid. He immediately understood what she meant. He held his head with both hands and said, "My head hurts." "Why does my head hurt so much?" "No, I have to find a doctor." "Ha ha ha ha." The old man laughed first. He pointed at Li Sun and said, After being with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo for a long time, you actually know how to play tricks. Tomorrow, I will have my son bring a few doctors to visit you. It will probably take a few days before they arrive. Little prince, you must not be careless. You have to take care of yourself when you are sick. Li Sun laughed and said, that is to say, when Zhang Zhong goes to a poor place, he will be a provincial governor? He has the final say in a province. If I really go with him, Minister Liu, will you give the new propeller to the Zhang family? Of course, how can we not? The Zhang family said in the letter that they asked the Ministry of Works to keep a few for them. This is giving face to the Ministry of Works. If they can make one, they can make a second one. It is nothing more than telling the court that the Zhang family understands the rules, and what can be done, and what cannot be done. The Zhang family knows this very well. Don't think that there is a lack of stainless steel. The Zhang family has already mined a lot of coal. With the ability of the Zhang family, is it difficult to make some stainless steel? The Zhang family has a choice. Are the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War not sensible children? Ever since the Zhang family made the sand table and military map, the people from the Ministry of War began to pay attention to the Zhang family. Also, the Ministry of War has already found people to try out the design of the ship. They propose to modify 10 ships at once. If the people from the Ministry of War also come to rope us in, won't I, as the Minister of Works, fall behind? Lu Jiro had a lot of things to consider, not only the use of this thing, but also some things in the court. Then let's take this thing back first. I will also go back to Huayuan County. Li Sun had a plan in his heart and knew how to tell Zhang Xiaobao. There is no need to take it back. Just do it according to these drawings first. This time, I brought a lot of people. If they really can't do it, then we can take that thing apart. I still don't know how fast it is, so I will go and see. Lu Jiro didn't want to go back. There must be people from the Ministry of War waiting there. The last time she came here, she was already targeted by them. What if she was discovered again? The old man had already experienced it once, but he still wanted to experience it again. The 3 people came out of between the clouds and the water one after another and boarded the ship. Following Li Sun's order, the old man was laughing heartily all the way, but Lu Jiro's expression was serious. Fast, it was really too fast. The 8 of them worked hard. From time to time, the bow of the ship would be swayed by the current because it was not heavy enough. While it was moving up and down, Lu Jiro suddenly asked, "What will happen if this thing is put on the sea? Can it be bigger? On the sea? You will have to ask the little prince. The little prince is planning to make a ship. As for whether it can be bigger, you will have to ask the people from the Zhang family." This time, the old man wasn't as nervous as last time. He said in a relaxed manner, "In Huayuan County, in the swimming pool of Yaowang Mountain, 56 people were still swimming in the water. At this time, everyone was carrying 20 kilograms of weight, but no one would shrink back because of this. The sound of splashing water was constantly heard. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also swam with them. Of the 2 of them, one was carrying a weight, while the other was not. Wang Wan usually played in the swimming pool, and in addition to her familiarity with the water, she swam faster than the 56 people. Although she was a child, in the water, whoever could display their ability better would be able to swim faster. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaobao had a natural affinity for water. After the flood, he vowed to become stronger in the water. From fear to conquest, and then to assimilation, Zhang Xiaobao's understanding of water had reached a terrifying level. Wang Wan had been specially trained, and her movements were standard. Whether it was the breaststroke, butterfly, or freestyle, most of the time her body was moving in the water, and she would only take a breath after a certain distance. Don't give up, you are the most powerful guards. Rhythm, pay attention to the rhythm, swim for me, the water is not cold, swim, look ahead a little, find a goal for yourself, don't look far away, just look at the front, believe in yourself, I can do it, go. Wang Wan encouraged the 56 people while swimming. Zhang Xiaobao stuck closely to Wang Wan. It was unknown how he moved, but every time he swam, the current would not only not exhaust Wang Wan's strength, but also make her feel much more relaxed. Look at the young master and the young lady, just in front, swim, 1-2, 1-2, relax, spread your arms, steady, no one is allowed to rush. Huzi also shouted, but every shout was very strenuous. He did not want to support Wang Wan with Zhang Xiaobao's special swimming beside her. The rest of the 55 people adjusted their breathing and frequency, no longer thinking of following Taidu. Their eyes were fixed on the young master, who was also carrying weights. The 5 caddies of sand calculated according to the weight of the body did not affect the young master in the slightest. At this time, they really saw the young master's swimming ability. Like a fish, the young master was always faster than others at the same frequency. This was already the 10th round trip, and also the last one-way trip. No one wanted to give up, and they clenched their teeth and persevered. Even if they felt weak all over, even if there were stars in front of them, they still closed their eyes and persevered according to their own frequency. When Wang Wan reached the end, she exerted strength under her feet, and Zhang Xiaobao supported Wang Wan from below. She jumped directly to the shore and lay there, gasping for breath. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly sank into the water and floated up again. He waved at the 56 people and let them go first. When the last one, Huzi, also climbed up, Zhang Xiaobao circled in the water, and with this force, directly jumped up in the water. He put his hands on the edge of the pool, and his whole body soared into the air. When he landed, his feet touched the ground first. The 56 people were dumbfounded by what they saw. Wang Wan was also stunned. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "What are you?" "It's nothing. I'm used to the water. You can treat me as a cool man." Zhang Xiaobao was indeed not tired. When he swam, he could control the details. "Then you will stay in the sea in the future. You are not allowed to go ashore. Maybe a mermaid will take a fancy to you." Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao remove the weight on his body and said. Zhang Xiaobao did not avoid it and directly massaged Wang Wan. Wang Wan shouted as she swam, and her physical strength was too exhausted. The others also divided into pairs and helped massage there. "Xiaobao, when will you leave? I really can't bear to leave." Wang Wan was massaged for a while and turned over to ask. "No matter what, we have to wait for the ice in the Yellow River to melt. When we are there, ordinary people can't control us. If you want to raise dogs, find a few there. If you want to train people, there are many ethnic minorities there. Remember to integrate. Don't be like Yang Guozhong, foolishly happy and determined to destroy the human race." In the end, he was defeated twice in a row and many people died. Zhang Xiaobao clenched his fist and massaged Wang Wan's leg. "I'm not that kind of person. Xiaobao, I know that you have a big plan this time. It's not just to give your father a good position over there, right? I have seen the ability of international swindlers with my own eyes. None of them are easy to deal with." Chapter 397. Except for Zhang Xiaobao, no one had expected that the county magistrate of Huayuan County, Zhang Zhong, would suddenly do such a thing. The court was in a heated argument. The only one who didn't participate was the Minister of Works, Lu Jiro. He was leading a group of people to make a new propeller. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already drawn the diagram, and the theory was clearly written in the language of the time. However, people's thinking was limited. If it were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still in junior high school, they would know what to do when they saw this kind of theory. However, the people in the Ministry of Works couldn't understand it no matter how they thought about it, because these things involved too much basic knowledge. Geniuses would only appear at times like this. Lu Jiro's distant relative, Lu Feidong, looked at the drawing and then looked at the real thing. He used the fastest speed to dismantle the propeller that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put together. He said to Lu Jiro, "Uncle, I know what to do. In fact, it's just a frame. Lu Jiro looked at his distant nephew's actions and was stunned. Before he could encourage him, someone next to him said, "Lord Lu's nephew is really amazing. After hearing what he said, I also know. It's really too simple. It's just these things. Let people make them according to their appearance and then put them together." Lu Jiro still didn't have time to speak. His nephew, Lu Feidong, said, "Bullshit, do you really think it's that simple? Do you really think you can make it just by looking at it and following it? Tell me, how do you make the round beads of the same size in this thing put together? What kind of oil is it? Look at this oil yourself. What kind of weather is it now? When people are shivering from the cold, the oil won't solidify. When it's put on the ground, it will spread slowly. Do you know what this oil is for? It's for these small beads to spin faster." The person was ashamed by Lu Feidong's words, but he didn't dare to refute. He really didn't know what was going on with this oil. When the weather was cold, other oils would generally solidify, but this oil was fine. Lu Jiro didn't care about those things. Seeing that her subordinates couldn't answer, she coldly snorted and said, "Back down. You only know how but don't know why. You're a good-for-nothing." "Uncle, you called for me?" Lu Feidong turned around and asked. "Well, even if I called you, do you know what this thing is?" Lu Jiro asked Lu Feidong. She felt very proud when she saw her distant nephew dismantle and put the thing back together. Lu Feidong could not theorize this thing, but he could understand the meaning behind it. He dipped his finger in some oil and put it in his mouth. He tasted it, but he still did not know what it was. "Uncle, it's like this. When someone steps on this thing, it will spin. The way it spins is different. When a person steps on it, as long as he has enough strength to step on it, it will spin 10 times. After that, it will be like a person paddling, pushing the water. In fact, it is pushing the person while pushing the water. Uncle, do you understand?" "I don't understand. Why is a person pushing a person into the water?" Lu Jiro really didn't understand. "I also don't know. It's just a feeling." Lu Feidong also didn't know how to explain it. "This big brother, do you really know that you give a force to the water and the water also gives you a force?" A clear and sweet voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a 7 or 8-year-old girl standing there, wearing a red dress made of an unknown material. Her pair of lively big eyes kept looking around. When Lu Feidong saw this girl, he felt that this girl was very cute. He simply smiled and said, "I know. I've been thinking about it, but I just don't understand." The little girl nodded. "Of course you don't understand. Because you're not a member of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. This is called the interaction of forces. When the points of contact produce a response, everything is inertial because of the force. The transmission of force, if subdivided, is always intermittent. It's just that the intermittent time is too short to feel it. Even light is the same. As long as your speed or perception exceeds the speed of light, then you can see the intermittent light. The same goes for resistance. This thing's function is to use the intermittent inertia to offset the intermittent resistance. The shorter the intermittent time of the power, the faster the speed, or the smaller the intermittent force of the resistance, the faster the speed. If both the resistance and the force of the object were sustainable, then the smaller the area of the propelling force, the greater the force at this point and the faster the speed. This resistance depended on the density. When flying and when on water, the density was different, so the resistance would be different. Even if matter only exists in terms of mass, it also has density. This density is not eternal, but it can exceed the speed of light, so light can't be transmitted. This is gravity. Gravity is also a kind of existence. Since it can bind light, it means that it's faster than light. In fact, light also has mass, but it's not easy to detect. As long as it has mass, it has gravity. If it can't escape, it means that its speed is not fast enough. What I mean is that the resistance is not the problem. The power and the density of the contact point are the key to speed. Do you understand? Lu Feidong was dumbfounded. Not only him, but all the people around him were dumbfounded when they heard the little girl's words. What nonsense was this? It was just something made of stainless steel. How could there be so many problems? Looking at everyone's expressions, the little girl lowered her head sadly and muttered, I shouldn't stay here. I should go find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They'll understand. The things I learned were also written in the books sent by the Zhang family. At this moment the little girl seemed very lonely. The few people around her also heard her words, but they didn't understand what she meant. Only the old man sighed and said to the little girl, Lu go to Huiyuan County. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are waiting for you. Yes, I won't tell them. They're very, very stupid. I've explained it so clearly, but they still don't understand. I'll go find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and tell them. They'll understand, Lu said sadly. Lu I also know that in reality, speed refers to the force produced by the ship after it cancels out the resistance the ship encounters. If this force is greater than the ship's gravity, then the ship will move. The greater the ratio, the faster the ship will move. At this time, a 12 or 13-year-old boy joined in. He was a student at the academy. Lu heard the voice and looked up. She smiled at the boy and said, Yes, whoever can balance the nature of the force and resistance, and who can make the pressure point of the force be more concentrated, will be able to move faster under the circumstances of the same force and resistance. The boy and Lu looked at each other and smiled. They felt that they were no longer lonely. The boy said to Lu Go to the academy and have a look. Although you're still young, I believe that no one will dare to look down on you. Then I'll also look for my brothers and sisters from the Zhang and Wang families. Only now do I know that I'm not from the same world as them. Lu led the newcomer towards the academy, not forgetting to point at the others as she spoke. Everyone was stunned, including the old man and Lu Jiro. They did not understand what Lu said at all. It was like listening to a bunch of books. Lu Feidong, on the other hand, was full of excitement. Uncle, I want to go to that academy. I can learn things that I didn't know before there. Lu Jiro did not know whether to laugh or cry. Feidong, no matter which academy you go to, you'll learn things that you didn't know before. However, this academy will not teach what you just heard. If you want to learn, there is only one place, the Yamen of Huiyuan County. Uncle will take you there tomorrow. If it's feasible, you can learn there. In the Yamen of Huiyuan County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still training the 56 people. Wang Wan asked someone to make some training equipment and taught the others how to do it, such as the parallel bars. She did not know how to do it herself. It was not that she did not know how to do it, but she did not dare to. She was afraid that her arm strength could not support her weight. This kind of basic training was to increase the strength of muscles in all parts of the body. The floor of the parallel bars was covered with thick cotton mat. There was also a doctor waiting by the side. If anyone was injured, the doctor would be able to treat them in time. There was also a horizontal bar on the side. Zhang Xiaobao climbed up the bar on one side and did 12 pull-ups there. Then he climbed down the bar on the side. 12? Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, you only did 12? Wang Wan asked. Go up and try. See how many you can do. I bet you that I can't do more than 5 of these 56 people. Do you believe me? Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, not thinking that he did not do enough. Wang Wan smiled. Don't compare yourself with them. Compare yourself with how you used to be. How many could you do before? How old was I before? How old am I now? Don't always talk about me. Climb up and compare yourself with how you used to be. Zhang Xiaobao began to rub his arms. Just now, he had done 12 of them because of his tenacity. When it came to the 6th one, it was already very strenuous. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Wang Wan also understood that this part of the muscles had nothing to do with normal training. Even if you could lift a 200-pound stone at will, you could not do pull-ups without training. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao rubbing his arms, she said, I couldn't do half in the beginning. If I do one now, will I surpass myself? In the past, I could do one. Now, I can do 12. If you can't do 12, then it means that I'm better than you, both in the past and now. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't stupid. Wasn't it just lowering the previous results? Let's see who will lower. Then you are better than me. Xiaobao, let me ask you, what kind of ethnic policy will you adopt when your father goes there? Don't kill people in the name of integration. History is too far away from us. I only look at what is in front of me. Wang Wan did not want to compare, but changed the topic. I don't like to kill people, unless someone wants me and my family to die. It's just some ethnic minorities. It's simple. Get rid of the ambitious people, and the rest is easy. We can talk about it when the time comes. In fact, through my understanding, I found that the ethnic minorities and the people in the Central Plains are mostly the same, except for some different customs. Some people will sow discord in order to maintain their ruling position. Do the real people care about who is in power? Usually, there is not much hatred between people. It is not important to say that the ethnic minorities kill the people in the Central Plains, and it is not important to say that the people in the Central Plains kill the ethnic minorities. What is important is who is making use of the people in the middle. This kind of person is the most hateful. Are there no conflicts between neighbors? Are there any less killings between brothers? Are there not many in the Xuanwu sect? So, I plan to see who is the most active person when I go there. If he wants to destroy other ethnic groups, I will destroy him. Chapter 398. When the first light snow fell, the snow fell. Zhang Zhong finally came back from the capital, followed by those county magistrates who were in a happy mood. At this time, no one scolded Zhang Zhong for being stupid, but they kept thanking him. They also admitted that the Zhang family was an unusual family. Even if there were fewer people, it was for the sake of the family. What the Zhang family had done in the past few years was like a legend, one after another, which made people understand. But when someone really made a conclusion, it was so bizarre. This was the ability of the Zhang family. In the future, these county magistrates could hold their positions and not move, or they could go to the new province to do things. In that case, they would have less power, but their ranks could be promoted. As for the provincial governor, it was impossible for Zhang Zhong to be the provincial governor of Zhongzhou province. The rank of this position was too high, the power was too great, and it was also a piece of delicious cake. Many people wanted to be the provincial governor, unless the Zhang family could use other means. Zhang Zhong didn't know the thoughts of these county magistrates, nor was he in the mood to think about it. He just wanted to go home early and make the two families happy. He knew clearly that it was impossible for him to stay here and be the provincial governor. It was not that he couldn't. If his son wanted to, there seemed to be nothing impossible. But there was not much development here. If he really became the provincial governor of a newly established state, there would be almost no disobedient people. However, the development of this place had reached a certain point. The lives of the people would be good. Unless the new provincial governor was a simple-minded person like County Magistrate 1, the life of this place would only get better. If he really met such a person, he would have to ask his son to do something. This place was close to Sanshui County, and there were many businesses in the family. It was the foundation of the Zhang family. Even if he left, he couldn't let others touch it. Thinking of his son's ability, Zhang Zhong showed a gratified smile. He didn't know what his son and daughter-in-law were busy with these days. It was definitely not as simple as it looked. It was very likely that they were arranging things after leaving and waiting for someone who wanted to touch this place. County Magistrate Qing of Sanyuan County suddenly thought of something and asked Zhang Zhong with uncertainty, "County Magistrate Zhang, I heard that you will leave this place after the new year. What about our counties and Huayuan County?" The county magistrates of the other 5 counties also looked at Zhang Zhong. They had the same concerns. With Zhang Zhong around, those few counties could cooperate well with Huayuan County and even Sanshui County. If Zhang Zhong was not around, would the others really care about the people like Zhang Zhong? What if a greedy and poor county magistrate came up? What should the others do? How many county magistrates could be like Zhang Zhong? Not only did his own family earn money, but he also benefited the people and made other places rich as well. The Zhang family's ability to earn money made Zhang Zhong not need to waste his efforts to be greedy or to betray the interests of the county for bribes. What County Magistrate Qing said is also what we are thinking. County Magistrate Zhang, without you in the future, the few counties may not develop like they are now. If there is a greedy county magistrate, the lives of the people will be difficult. The county magistrate of Yunyang County also chimed in. He knew in his heart that he wanted to be a little greedy, let alone others. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Zhong's booklet gave him too much pressure, he would have taken home a few thousand strings of coins by now. He now understood Zhang Zhong's character. If he wanted money, he would give it to him. If he wanted political achievements, he would give it to him. If he wanted to exploit the people, he would just wait for death. This kind of official was too rare. Usually, they were honest officials and their families were not rich. But Zhang Zhong's family had a lot of money. Zhang Zhong heard the two people's questions and looked at the other people's expressions. He was worried. He didn't know what would happen here in the future. He was anxious to go back and ask his son. His son should have thought about it. Looking at the scenery by the river, the depression was full of hope. In the cold weather, there were still people strolling here, and they were all strong young men. Zhang Zhong knew what these people wanted to do. It was the notice that he had issued in the past that asked people who had nothing to do to walk by the river when they were free. It was better for those who were good at swimming. If someone fell into the water, they could jump in to save him. After all, this was not Huayuan County, and there were no boats patrolling here and there. After saving someone, under normal circumstances, the person being saved was basically a merchant. They would give their savior some benefit. Huayuan County would also give some rewards. To Zhang Zhong, it wasn't much, just 100 or so coins. However, to the commoners, it was quite a lot. When the other county magistrates saw that Zhang Zhong did not answer, they thought that he did not want to talk about this matter. They changed the topic and said, "County Magistrate Zhang, I have decided to let the Yamen runners patrol here in the future. They will learn from you and recruit some idlers into the Yamen." "That's good. If there is a flood, send more people to various places. Boats are expensive in other places. You can ask between the clouds and the water. It is cheaper there. To be honest, my boats there were all made by my family's shipyard. We can sell them to the Yamen as capital." Zhang Zhong was now focused on being a good official. When others mentioned the boat, he decided to sell the capital of his family's shipyard to the Yamen. The county magistrate was happy when he heard this. "Don't worry, County Magistrate Zhang. The boats we bought will not be sold at a higher price. They will all be used in the Yamen. People who come and go on this river say that they are least worried about the section between Sanshui County and Huayuan County. Not to mention accidentally falling into the water. Even if you tied a stone to your body and jumped into the water, you will not die." While they were talking, a boat approached them. There was a flag at the bow of the boat with a rice seedling painted on it. When they saw the flag, they knew that the people from the Zhang family had come. The Zhang family also had their own fleet. They usually did not go far. They took short-term jobs within the range of the two counties. At the same time, they were responsible for checking the situation on the river. There was a clairvoyant on each boat. Zhang Zhong stood forward and looked at the approaching boat. He asked the person who was also standing at the bow of the boat, "What are you doing here?" "I am going back soon." In response to Master's question, "Our family sent a letter saying that you have encountered a little trouble. It will be solved after you read the letter." The person on the boat tied the letter to a bamboo pole and handed it to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was a little confused. He did not know why his family sent a letter. He did not have any trouble. When he took the letter, the boat from his family had already brushed past him. County Magistrate Zhang's family is better. They have their own fleet and it is convenient to do things, a county magistrate said enviously. A county magistrate said enviously. The other county magistrates nodded in agreement. It was indeed different to have their own business. This time, they were supposed to stay at the resting point in the capital city. Their official rank was low, so it was very uncomfortable to stay there. In the end, they were led by Zhang Zhong to the restaurant opened by his family. They chose a room and did not need to spend any money on food and drink. These days they were very comfortable. Zhang Zhong smiled and did not say anything. In his heart, he knew that it was all thanks to his son. His son always wanted his family to have a better life. Before he left, he would make proper arrangements. At home, it was needless to say. Not only were his family members comfortable, but even the people in the inner courtyard were also the same. Regardless of whether it was day or night, there was tea, hot water for bathing, food, and so on. The people in the inner courtyard took turns to keep watch at night. They also found 2 doctors and a medical doctor, which made the house much more stable. In addition to the previous doctor, the 3 doctors each stayed for 8 hours. When they encountered a difficult illness, they would go to the medical doctor. In this way, the people in the inner courtyard did not have to worry when they were resting. When they were working, they worked hard. It was like a big family, making people feel comfortable living in such a house. Thinking of home, Zhang Zhong opened the letter with a smile. After reading it from the beginning, he sighed softly and said to the other county magistrates who were waiting, "There is a new business at home. I don't know if you are interested in participating. I don't dare to say too much, but 50 strings of coins per month is still okay." The county magistrates did not expect that Zhang Zhong would immediately lead them to make money after reading a letter. Needless to say, the Zhang family's ability was obvious. The output of farming was twice as high as other people's. In business, other people might lose money, but the Zhang family definitely could not. 50 strings of coins per month, that was 600 strings of coins per year. Even a year's salary was not so much. A 7th-grade external official only had 1,750 strings of coins per month. Adding the other 350 strings of coins, it was only 2 strings of coins and 100 strings of coins in total. That was 50 strings of coins per month. According to Zhang Zhong's words, the money was considered little. It was more than 20 times the salary. County Magistrate Cheng, who had just spoken, immediately expressed his position. "County Magistrate Zhang, we are willing to do this." "What is it?" Zhang Zhong shook the paper in his hand and said, "It's simple. Each family will send 20 to 30 people to help deliver letters and things here. If you go by water, my family will take care of the ship. If you go by land, you will need the cooperation of the county magistrates. This is called the express delivery. In the future, the entire province and Sanshui County will be together. Don't be in a hurry to be promoted. Stay in this position for 3 to 5 years. When I come back, I will naturally make arrangements for you. Take advantage of this time to earn more money and take care of your own county." The next county magistrate of Huayuan County is the chief librarian who is promoted now. "You don't have to worry. I will tell him what to do. I have already prepared a profitable business for his family. In the future, he will continue to do things like I do. He can still earn 100 strings of coins per month. If he dares to be greedy and dare to sell the interests of the county, you don't have to do anything. Someone will naturally do it. You must also remember to treat the people well. Fix the roads so that it will be more convenient for the express delivery. There is a requirement for the person who will be chosen. Rain or shine, from Sanshui County to the farthest county. You will only be given 2 days. You must arrive within 24 hours. When the people are rich, there are also rich businessmen and some nobles who live here. They need this kind of express delivery. It is very easy to earn 50 strings of coins per month. Zhang Zhong was confident in this matter. Ordinary people might take a long time to deliver a letter, but they endured it. However, some people hoped that the sooner the better. If several counties worked together, whether it was by land or by water, they could deliver the letter in 2 days. Chapter 399. Several county magistrates who were standing at the side immediately understood what Zhang Zhong meant. He didn't want to give up the entire province even after he left. There would be a new provincial governor in the province, and some other officials who would do other things. However, no matter what, the province couldn't be separated from the 7 counties that were united. As long as the people in the province went too far, the 7 counties could compete with the provincial yamen. More than 50 strings of coins per person per month was actually to prevent them from being greedy and accepting bribes. In this way, the province couldn't catch them and they didn't need to worry about the provincial governor finding excuses. Thinking of this, the county magistrates felt that the weather seemed to be colder. Zhang Zhong was too meddlesome. But after thinking about it, they had to do this, unless they were willing to surrender. County Magistrate Zhang, I think this is a good idea. I'd rather be a level 7 county magistrate than a level 6 idle official. At most, I'll have a few more acres of land. How can it compare with a monthly income of 50 strings of coins? County Magistrate Zhang can rest assured. What County Magistrate Zhang was like when he left the Yamen of Sanyuan County will only be better when he returns. The County Magistrate of Sanyuan County expressed his opinion, and the county magistrates of other counties also followed. They were waiting for Zhang Zhong to be promoted after he came back. Others might not have this ability, but the Zhang family could. Well said, well said. In the future, as long as I have a way to make money, I will take you with me. When we go back, go to the Yamen and take a few kilograms of black fungus back to taste. Seeing that the matter was easily solved, Zhang Zhong happily told the county magistrates. He decided that when he went back, he would give each of them 10 kilograms of black fungus. As for whether they would keep it for themselves or give it to Shangguan, it was not up to him to decide. They talked and laughed easily on the boat and returned to the Yamen of Huayuan County in the middle of the night. After settling them in Jinlai Tower, Zhang Zhong hurried home and wanted to ask his son. As a result, he found that his son and daughter-in-law didn't come back. They stayed in Yaowang Mountain. Suppressing the urge to look for him, Zhang Zhong began to tell his family about some of the specific things that happened when he returned to the capital. After the booklet, sand table, and the rental tax were sent, the imperial court discussed it for many days before approving the matter of Qing Lizhou. It was snowing at night. Zhang Zhong hugged Zhang Wang clan and felt the warmth of home. He said softly, "I heard that the winter in the south is not cold at all. There are pearls by the sea. I'll make you a beautiful necklace. Pay attention to adjusting your physical strength. Lower your body a little, form a figure 8 with your feet, bend your legs, and use your peripheral vision to feel the things around you. Focus, don't put all your focus on one leg. Even if you're jogging, tie the straps of your backpack yourself. It has to be just right." On Yaowang Mountain, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each carried a backpack and held a foot-long bayonet in their hands. They led 56 people to train. Wang Wan taught the 56 people as they walked. The 56 people listened as they walked. They controlled their bodies and tried their best to meet the requirements. Now they didn't have much strength. The food was good, but they couldn't stand it if they didn't rest. During the day, they practiced in the morning and swam in the afternoon. They didn't know what the little girl was going to do today. At night, even if it was still snowing, they didn't rest. They were taken to the mountain, carrying a big bag of things, and kept on walking. In the middle of the night, the sky was dark. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were surrounded by 56 people. They kept on jogging. They had been jogging for 2 hours, and there was no sign of stopping. The two of them were tired, but their willpower was different. When it was midnight, Wang Wan finally touched Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan didn't have the strength to shout, so he helped to shout, "Stop, rest and eat." 56 people finally stopped. Not caring if the ground was cold or not, they sat down and brought their backpacks in front of them. They took out the wrapped smoked chicken and rice wine in bamboo tubes, eating and drinking at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan first gave each other a massage, and then took out their food to eat. There was some beef jerky, a tube of juice, and a big steamed bun with pickled vegetables inside. Today is the first day you can eat as much as you want. Go back later and have a good sleep. Wait until noon tomorrow, you will leave here. I will take you to Fragrant Hill to play. Crossbows and other weapons have been prepared for you. Tomorrow, change into new clothes, put sand in your backpacks, and put your food in the pockets of your clothes. You only have 3 days of food and water. When you arrive at Fragrant Hill, after eating, find a way to find your own food. Those who can't persevere, go back to the inner courtyard. You are the strong Team 0 of Team Meow. The team only needs the strong. Cowards can go to other places to do things. Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the steamed bun and ate some pickled vegetables. He said to the 56 people who had blurred eyes and wanted to sleep. The 56 people were shocked at the same time. Most of their sleepiness disappeared, and they became alert. They tried to drink as little as possible. They were afraid that they would be driven back. They couldn't afford to lose face. There was a new protector, and they would lose their identity as protectors. If they were driven back, would they say that they couldn't keep up when the new protector asked them? Zhang Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction. Now I will teach you some simple skills. The first is sleep. Don't underestimate this sleep. Critical times, if you can rest for a while in a special environment, you will have a chance to survive. Cuckoo and I have practiced sleeping well. Now we can sleep at any time and wake up at any time. The 56 people listened attentively. Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained how to adjust their bodies. For example, what to lean on when standing to sleep, the center of gravity and the angle of the body, what was deep sleep, what was light sleep, how to cultivate the sense of danger, and how to wake up on time when sleeping, etc. Zhang Xiaobao had done a lot of research in this area. He first explained the general theory, and then he would take it slow when the time came. Especially for the dangerous training, he would arrange special things to put the 56 people in a half-asleep state. The 56 people were already sleepy. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao talking about sleeping methods, they all felt their eyelids become heavier and heavier. Wang Wan took advantage of this time to take a nap. Okay, that's about it. After resting for a quarter of an hour, we will set off and go back. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was about time. He called out to the 56 people and leaned against Wang Wan to sleep. The 56 people yawned. Feeling the cold weather, they all began to eat and drink. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Xiaobao woke up first. Wang Wan also opened her eyes, put on her backpack, and began to lead the group back. When they came, they didn't walk slowly. When they went back, because they were full and had a day of exercise, the 56 people walked until 4:45 in the morning. Only then did they return to the foot of the mountain, enter the house, quickly take off their wet clothes, and lie down to sleep. The next day, Zhang Zhong rushed over when it was almost noon. He wanted to have a good talk with his son. As a result, it was exactly 1:15 noon. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led the group and set off. This time, like last night, they didn't bring any servants. All the way to Fragrant Mountain, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in the carriage and took turns to drive. Looking at the 56 people behind them, Zhang Xiaobao opened his backpack and explained to everyone. This small knife is used to deal with animals or fish. In the same bag, there is a smaller steel knife used to cut off the dead skin when you are injured. Don't mix them up. The small bamboo tube contains cotton soaked in alcohol. There is also a small tweezer. When the time comes, use the tweezer to pick it up and use it to wipe the wound and the small knife. He remembered that when there was alcohol cotton wool in the small knife, it could not touch the wound directly. If there was no alcohol cotton wool, it had to be roasted with fire first. This small bamboo tube was filled with salt. There was only salt and no other seasonings. These few packets of medicine were made by the doctor of the main house to treat injuries and illnesses. This paper packet contains dried meat, which can be used to satisfy hunger. There are also some dehydrated vegetables and special compressed biscuit. Everything added up, except for the salt, is only enough for you to eat for 3 days. If you eat sparingly, you can eat more. The small gourd contains wine, which is very strong. When you feel weak, drink a mouthful. In addition, the most important thing is these black things extracted from opium poppies. When you are injured and in pain, you can eat a little. When you want to force yourself to continue doing things, you can eat a little. Remember to control yourself. If you eat too much of this thing, you will become addicted. Use it at a critical moment. Zhang Xiaobao was also wearing clothes with many pockets. Every time he said something, he put it in a suitable place. The speed of the carriage slowed down so that the 56 people could slowly follow and stuff the things into the pockets of their clothes. A bag of things seemed to have a lot of things, but they could all be stuffed in. When there was only an empty bag left, the 56 people began to put the sand from the carriage into the bag. Each person put in 10 pounds. In addition to this heavy bag, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also made small sandbags of 2 pounds each for the 56 people. These sandbags could be wrapped around the hands and ankles of the 56 people. These things added up to a total of 30 pounds. There were also weapons, which added up to about 40 pounds. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't use these sandbags because they were still young. In the beginning, they didn't think much of carrying 40 caddies of items. However, after walking for 4 hours, the 56 of them finally understood how burdensome these items were. Each of them was sweating profusely, and their clothes were also soaked. Wang Wan took Zhang Xiaobao's place to drive the carriage. She was holding 2 3-inch wide ropes in her hands. To be precise, they were thick patches, the kind that were made of canvas. Are you tired? Xiaobao, stop the carriage first. I will teach you how to put on the leggings. These leggings can't be tied all the time. You can put them on when needed. With this, you can feel more relaxed when walking and have more explosive power. Chapter 400. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were working hard to train the 56 people, Zhang Zhong and Wang Wan were all anxious. The 2 children ran away with so many people. Hearing from the people who stayed at the foot of Yaowang Mountain that they were going to Fragrant Hill, Zhang Zhong did not go to find them personally. He arranged for someone to bring his own letter over. After returning to the yamen, Zhang Zhong still did what he was supposed to do. He was not distracted by the fact that the 7 counties would send people to establish provincial governments after the new year. That was a matter of the imperial court and had nothing to do with him. The new provincial governor could not do anything to him. If it was someone who was promoted from other places, they should be thanking him. Compared to Zhang Zhong's calmness, the people in other places could not continue to be as steady as before. Fast horses ran everywhere in the capital, heading to various places in the Tang Empire. The people on the horses had to report the situation in Xinzhou to various places. There were also people who specially collected some information about the Zhang family and had to report it to their respective masters. When the Zhang family pushed a county to become a Shang county, it had already caused quite a stir. This time, they even united 7 counties to become a province, which was even more shocking. Zhang Wang clan's maternal family also specially sent people to visit Zhang Zhong and brought many gifts. The current Zhang Zhong was no longer the person who wanted to elope. He received the people from the Wang family well and had a good chat with them. However, he did not agree to take his family to the capital to have a look. When the people who sent them left, they took many things, including 2 tricycles. Li Sun also rushed back. After asking around, he heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had gone to Fragrant Hill. He thought that the two of them wanted to go on a winter hunt. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be better to stay by the yamen. If something new were to appear, the Zhang family would definitely look for him. He was also waiting for the propeller to be made so that he could install it on the ship that was currently being modified. The old man in the Shuiyun room was not idle either. Ever since he had seen the propeller, he had taken out the copy of the Book of Nature and flipped through it several times. Then, he came to the academy and asked someone to copy it. He was going to make it a compulsory subject for the students of the academy. Even if it was not very orthodox, learning this book could make a propeller. This kind of sharp weapon naturally could not be underestimated. After thinking about it, the old man checked the household register of the students. After finding that there were no people from other countries, he was relieved. Lu Jiro did not leave. She took a group of people from the Ministry of Works and studied it there. She had people send over a lot of good steel. She also transferred some craftsmen from the capital who belonged to the Ministry of Work. Many people from the Military Weapons Administration also came. There were only a few things that looked simple, but it was difficult to understand the principles behind them. He made some parts one by one, and after putting them together, he used some of the oil that was usually used for the axle of the carriage. He found a ship and tested it, and found that it was indeed useful. You only know how it is, but you don't know why it is. What is the principle behind this thing? Lu Jiro said with a sigh after finding out that the replica propeller was also easy to use. Lu Feidong also walked around. When he saw that the thing was made, he thought of what he heard the other day. He asked Lu Jiro, "Uncle, when can I learn this thing? You are such a high official. If you ask the yamen to accept me, they will accept me, right? Also, I won't continue to ask them to pay for the curved plow." Hee. Lu Jiro smiled helplessly. Feidong, not to mention the Zhang family's ability, even if it was an ordinary county magistrate, they would not listen to my words. I will ask Bai Laozheng to write a letter and see if they are willing to let you go. If you really go, you have to be obedient when you get there. Lu Jiro didn't have a good idea. This distant nephew of hers was the kind of person who couldn't get along with 8 Poles. However, he came here to help, and he even brought half of the genealogy book. For her, it was just one more mouth to eat. Besides, this nephew was usually very honest. He would only appear clever when he encountered strange things. The Zhang family sent a letter last time, wanting to meet with them. In the end, they were politely rejected. If her nephew could go, he could learn something. In the future, he would be able to get into the Ministry of Works and do some things. Thinking of this, the two of them went to the academy. When the snow fell, the new year was in front of them. 2 days after the small new year, almost everyone was preparing for the big new year. Shipping had stopped, but people were not idle. Without the ships coming and going, and the ice in the river, especially those who saw the cold storage at the docks to make money, they all had ideas about the ice. At this time, they dug out the ice and put it in the cellar. By next summer they could sell it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also brought the people back. They only returned to the yamen on the first day of the new year. The 56 people had changed a lot. Each of them had a determined look in their eyes, and their muscles were different from before. At first glance, people would feel that they were not ordinary. The 56 people were really tired. During the day, even if they were in the mountains, they would find a flat ground to practice. In the morning they would do this. In the afternoon they would swim. There were many big and small ponds in Xiangshan, and there were also rivers flowing through. Later on, when the ice froze, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not give up on their swimming training. They broke the ice and cleaned it up. They first moved around on the shore, then swam a few laps in the water. They could not stay in the water for so long. In the afternoon, they only needed to stay in the water for an hour. After the new year, the training would continue. If they did not practice more, no one would be available at the crucial moment. In the midst of the festive bustle, the 30th day finally arrived. This year, the two families still spent the new year together. However, they did not return to Zhuangzi. In the yamen, there had to be someone guarding. In particular, there were many firecrackers. If there was a fire, they had to rush over quickly to save it. The farmers of the two families also knew this. They sent a lot of things and took a lot of things back. Accompanied by the crackling sound of firecrackers, each family ate their New Year's Eve dinner. Zhang Zhong hurriedly finished his meal, then took the yamen runners to visit some families. In the past half a month, he had not been idle. He brought people to deliver things to the people who were not living well in the county. It had become a tradition to send a bag of noodles, a bag of rice, a barrel of oil, or 10 caddies of pork. Zhang Zhong did not forget about the other 6 counties around him. He had people deliver things to them. As for whether those county magistrates would follow his example and give things to each family, he did not care. In the end, the other 6 county magistrates followed his example and gave things to the people. In exchange, the people smiled and looked at them with respect, which made them feel different. Xiaobao, when will you be able to leave next year? Do you still need to prepare anything? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was eating watermelon seeds when she was on night watch. Zhang Xiaobao ate a watermelon seed with difficulty. He thought for a while and said, "About a month. After the new year, we will be able to leave. This time, the team is not small. We have to take the things we collected from the surrounding counties and sell them along the way. We also have to carry 2 ships of wheat rice stones. There is a lot of land there, but there are not many people. We can buy some more. When we get there, we can eat as many bananas as we want. What other fruits are there? I don't know if anyone has brought coffee or something from other places to plant there. I don't think so. Can the seeds of some of our crops be planted there?" Wang Wan had not seen what bananas looked like since she came here. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao mention it, she licked her lips, picked up a walnut, and ate it. Who cares if it can be planted or not? Let's bring it over first. Cotton can definitely be planted. The specific place has not been decided yet. We have to wait for that assistant minister to help. Let's see where he will harm my father and what excuse he will use. A map appeared in Zhang Xiaobao's mind. He pondered over it one by one. What should he do when he got there? He still had to consider some local factors. Wang Wan also had a picture in her mind. It was not a map, but a picture of her playing on the beach, sitting under a coconut tree, listening to the sound of the tide, looking at the blue sky and sea, seagulls flying, a red sun hanging in the sky, and eating a lobster with both hands. It is said that there is a lot of silver in Japan. When we get there, we can do more trade with them, get the silver back, and sell the things. If we don't sell the things with technology, what else can Japan have? Then we can take a ship to Southeast Asia and bring back some good things, especially corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and what else? Think about it. The picture in Wang Wan's mind changed again. The lobster in her hand disappeared and was replaced by a bag of potato chip. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a melon seed and said, "Those things are not from Southeast Asia, right? It seems to be in Africa. Do we dare to go there? Let's trade with Japan first and see if we can find something along the coast that we don't have. Animals are included. There will probably be a lot of mess waiting to be dealt with when we get there. Especially with the people living in the mountains over there, we have to coordinate a good relationship. We can't be hostile. We can give them some things first, such as food, and then slowly teach them some knowledge." Is it integration? Wang Wan gave up the idea of going to sea directly and asked about the ethnic issues. This kind of thing was not easy to deal with. It's not integration. It's that we have already regarded them as a family in our hearts. Everyone can live a good life and distribute the benefits as much as possible, so there will be fewer conflict. They should have a lot of good handicrafts and specialties. We can help them sell them and buy things from other places and sell them to them. As long as we respect their ethnic culture and their totems, they won't care who rules. Zhang Xiaobao had thought about this for a long time. Under normal circumstances, ethnic minorities were not friendly to outsiders. It was nothing more than a poor use of resources and poverty. Psychologically, they had the idea that outsiders would make them poorer. First, they would send things to show their friendliness. Then, they would teach them a little bit and let them see the outside world. Naturally, they would be more open-minded and willing to try to live a better life and yearn for a more prosperous place. Wang Wan also agreed with this idea. We still don't know what they look like and what kind of house they live in. Food? Let's trick a few more doctors to follow them and see if we can find good medicinal materials. We can also learn from the local people. Some indigenous recipes are more useful. Chapter 401. Every year, the night was like this. What was different was the mood. This year, the people of Huayuan finally had a good New Year. There was a lot of food at home. They even dared to make dumplings with meat fillings. The table was not like last year, when there were only a few simple things. The adults and the children had new clothes made and bought firecrackers. When the firecrackers sounded, it was accompanied by the children's laughter. The cold night seemed to be full of joy. Many people first kowtowed in the direction of the yamen before they started to eat the dumplings. The dumplings with pork and onion fillings were taken out of the pot and piled on the plate. They were dipped in garlic sauce and took a bite. The fragrance was overflowing, and the children grinned as they ate. The adults were also happy. From time to time, they told their children to remember County Magistrate Zhang. Without County Magistrate Zhang, there would be no good days now. They would not be able to eat meat dumplings with white flour, set off firecrackers, and receive candies from every family during the New Year. Some people even set up a longevity tablet for Zhang Zhong, praying that the Zhang family would be safe and sound forever. Zhang Zhong did not know that the people treated him like this. He was leading a few yamen runners to visit the poor families in the county. When he visited a family, he would chat with them for a while, ask about their lives and trifles at home. He would also eat a dumpling. After making a big circle, the sound of firecrackers gradually subsided. Zhang Zhong began to regret that he ate too much at home. After eating a circle of dumplings, his stomach was full. Some people did not like to be jealous. They only had soy sauce, so they were sick of it. There were all kinds of fillings. When he returned to the yamen, he ate a lot of shancha pills. After a while, he felt better. He talked with the people of the Wang family about the future and waited for dawn. When the firecrackers of the new year gradually faded away, the people returned to their normal lives. The affairs of Qingzhou also began. The imperial court sent many officials and promoted some from several counties. However, the 6 county magistrates all wrote memorials, saying that they still wanted to be county magistrates. The county affairs were not settled yet. Li Sun ran over early in the morning. He was very excited. He found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still training people. He said to the two of them, "Let me tell you something good. I'm sick. According to a local prescription, I need to soak in the sea and eat more seafood to get better." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately understood. Li Sun had convinced his family to follow them. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. "Why bother? It's not easy to travel back and forth. If you don't get used to the food and lodging and get sick, it'll be troublesome." "I'm not afraid." "You're not afraid. I'm an adult, what's there to be afraid of? As long as I follow you, I won't have to worry about food and lodging. Your family knows how to enjoy life. How can it be bad?" Li Sun had made up his mind to follow them. He was not worried about any danger. When he talked about following them, he suddenly said to the two of them, "Guess where Xiao Bao's father will go? Assistant Minister Liu is quite capable. He found a group of people to write memorials saying that your father should be punished. He said that your father should be placed in a better place. He said that Lu Zhou's place is not bad. In addition, your family found people to do some work. The emperor is the same. In 2 days, he will send an edict. It's a lower province. Your father can be the provincial governor. As expected, he was sent to Lingnan. Fine, Lingnan it is. As long as he can be the head there, he can have the final say. Is my family's ship ready? Send it over quickly. There are other ships that need to be used for transportation. This time there are many things. If you don't want to live a hard life there, you have to bring more things over. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect LV Yenzhua to be so ruthless. He really sent them to Lingnan. Since the matter was decided, he had to make preparations here. Once the imperial court's edict was issued, his father would bring his family to the capital. After seeing the emperor, they would set off for the capital. Li Sun patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I've already prepared. I've also modified a ship. In addition to the ship company's original ship, I'll bring 3 ships this time. Your family will have 10 ships. What do you think? Is the group big enough?" 10 ships won't be enough. My family bought so many things from the surrounding counties. 10 ships won't be enough. We'll bring 5 more ships. We'll trade along the way. I won't go on land. It'll be torturous. We'll take the waterway and then enter the sea. We'll walk along the coast. It'll be faster than going on land. Zhang Xiaobao calculated and firmly chose to take the waterway. Otherwise, they would have to climb mountains all the way. When they reached the destination, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Li Sun also thought so. He had never seen what the sea looked like. This time, he would like to see it. He nodded and said, "Well, find 5 more ships. It's also fine to take the waterway. Your father is not exiled. As long as there's no delay in taking office, it's fine to dig from the ground. It's a 4th-rank official. In just 1 year, how many people want to be a 4th-rank official? Your father is so young, but he's sitting there. Shouldn't you treat me to something to celebrate? It's my father's ability to be a 4th-rank official. Moreover, it's a 4th-rank official in such a remote place. Ask the officials in the capital, how many are willing to go there? Well, I'll treat you to something to eat. It's scrambled eggs with chives." Zhang Xiaobao was indeed happy. Other people were not willing to go outside to be an official, but he was willing. That place was truly a place where the emperor was far away. He and Wang Wan were tinkering with something, so they did not have to worry about being targeted by others. There were many benefits. As he spoke, he let the 56 people continue their training. He really pulled Li Sun to make scrambled eggs with chives. The newly harvested chives were just in time to be delicious. Zhang Zhong's departure was a foregone conclusion. 5 days later, the imperial court sent a decree, telling him to go to the capital first. He had to see the emperor and take the seal to take office. Li Sun mobilized a large ship to the capital and waited there. The goods here had to be sent over by small ship. The farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family also knew about this matter. Even if they already knew about it, they were still reluctant to see their master leave. Many people came to see them off. They also promised to look after Zhuangzi and wait for their master's return. The people of Sanshui County also knew about this matter. Many people also came to see Zhang Zhong, the person who brought them a good life. Needless to say, the people of Huayuan County also came. Even the people of the other 6 counties also came. Cart after cart of goods were transported to the dock. There was no need for the Zhang family to find people to do the work. The people who came stepped forward to help move the good. Some of the people in the 8 counties looked like a black mass from afar. There were at least 10,000 people. The goods were loaded and moved. The Zhang family and Wang family arrived in the capital first. At this time, they began to board the ship. No one knew who was the first to shout, "Lord Zhang, have a safe journey. I kowtow to you. Lord, if you feel uncomfortable outside, please come back. We, the people, will listen to you." Following this person's example, the other people also shouted blessings and kowtowed to Zhang Zhong. Except for the people of the Zhang family and Wang family who stood at the bow of the ship, the others all knelt there, kowtowing to Zhang Zhong with their heads bobbing up and down. This scene stunned Li Sun, as well as the old man who had just come down with the flow. Zhang Zhong also did not expect that so many people would come to see him off. It was just the beginning of spring, and the river had just frozen. With so many people kneeling on the ground, it must be very cold. Zhang Zhong could not help but cry drop by drop. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve, took the simple loudspeaker from Zhang Xiaobao, and shouted to the people around him, "Everyone, get up and live a good life. If you have any trouble, go to the Zhang family to find the housekeeper, or go to between the clouds and the water to find the shopkeeper. As long as you do not commit crimes, the Zhang family will definitely help you. Get up quickly, the ground is cold." When he cried, the people also cried. They were reluctant to let Zhang Zhong go. With Zhang Zhong here, they had a backbone. However, they also knew that Zhang Zhong was promoted and would go to a place far away. "Lord, please think of a way. If you do well there, you can come back to our Yaozhou to be the provincial governor. We can be together again. A few days ago, I bought 2 horses to transport goods to make money. If you have goods, I will do it for free." A person in the crowd shouted loudly. He was smarter and knew how to keep Zhang Zhong here without affecting his future. With him taking the lead, the other people also talked about their family's plans. Their voices were in a mess. Zhang Zhong could not hear them clearly, but he still stood at the bow and waited. The people also knew that their lord could not hear them, but they still wanted to finish their words. It was as if they said it, their lives in the future would be better. The old man stood at the bow and listened. He said to his son beside him, "Do you see that? It's actually easy to be a good official. In the future, if Zhang Zhong really comes back to Yaozhou to be the provincial governor, as long as he issues a decree, he will not be obstructed. He can use the people's hearts." This was the first time Bai Kong saw so many people sending him off. In addition to the people who were already here, there were also people who were coming from afar. When he heard his father's words, he agreed. "Yes, it's amazing. Wherever Zhang Zhong is, the people can live a good life. The people of Luzhou are blessed. Zhang Zhong is satisfied with his life. Just like what Xiao Bao said, he wants his father to stand in the center of 10,000 people and feel the glory. If one day I can do that, I will die without regret." After the people finished talking about their plans for the new year, their voices gradually subsided. At this time, Zhang Zhong should also set sail. In addition to the people from the inner court of Zhang family and Wang family, there were also some other people, including doctors, craftsmen, Fang Luer's family, and the family who made the boat their home. After the group of people boarded the boat, Zhang Zhong's boat first came to the old man. He greeted him, and said something before turning the boat around and heading in the direction of the capital. The rest of the people who were sending them off stood there and watched. Even if the boat had become a small dot, they still looked around until the dot could no longer be seen. Many people cried again. As they cried, they helped the Zhang family load the goods onto the boat. On the boat, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also cried just now. Their eyes were red. Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow and said against the wind, "The provincial governor of Yaozhou? Good, the next official position will be here." Chapter 402. On a clear spring day, the turbid waves were still surging, and thousands of boats were competing. A large fleet of 18 boats was drifting in the Yellow River. The largest boat on the river was the same size as the large boats in the fleet. There were many smaller boats, and some even had a small boat to ferry back and forth. The waves rolled, and the boat was like a leaf. Many people in the fleet came to the Yellow River for the first time. Looking at the turbulent Yellow River and the small boats bobbing up and down, they were all shocked. When they praised the boat rowers for their great ability, they couldn't help but secretly sigh that poor people didn't have a good life. If they had the money to buy a big boat, who would want to row a small boat like this? One mistake and they would fall into the water. "Xiao Bao, I'll show you," Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing next to her, with the clairvoyance in her hand. Xiaobao looked in the direction that Wang Wan was pointing at and saw a 12 or 13-year-old child dragging a nearly 2-foot-long carp towards the shore. The fish was still waving its tail vigorously, creating quite a few splashes. The child seemed to be struggling, but he was very determined. Bit by bit, he managed to drag the fish ashore. Catching a carp in the Yellow River with your bare hands? Not bad, you have some skills. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and praised. Can you do it? Wang Wan asked. When I'm his age I can. You can kick me into the water from the observatory and see if I can swim to the shore. There are people who can swim across the Yangtze River, not to mention the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. Ever since Zhang Zhong met the emperor, he took his family out by boat. They walked along the Yellow River, entered the canal, entered the sea in Hangzhou, and walked along the coast until they reached the destination. It could be said that this was the furthest distance from north to south. If they came out from Sichuan, it would be even further. On the way from the Yellow River to the canal, the fleet did not plan to stop to resupply or sell anything. They would wait until they reached the Chuzhou area. Other small boats or cargo ships might not be able to withstand such a long time without supplies, but the Zhang family's fleet was not a problem at all. As a fleet that could enter the sea, how could they not resupply? Wei Wei and Lu Er were also watching curiously from the boat. The two of them each had a clairvoyance. These clairvoyants didn't need to be made of crystal. There were some kills that could occasionally produce some transparent colored glaze. They just needed to find a colorless, transparent glaze. Wei Wei was more familiar with water than Lu Er. After all, her home was a boat. She looked at the small boat on the river and said to Lu Er, Sister Lu Er, it's very dangerous to row the boat at a time like this. Sometimes, when the waves come, the boat will capsize if the oar doesn't remove the force of the wave. Yes, it's dangerous. It's scary to see it in the water and be covered by it. Wei Wei, do you know how to row? Can you swim? Lu Er's heart rose and fell with the rise and fall of the boat. She was a little sad and a little relieved. Her family fled to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. At that time, they were starving to death. Her younger brother, young man, didn't have the strength to cry. Unexpectedly, they met a kind person. Until now, their family was getting better and better. But who would help these people on the Yellow River? The master of the Zhang family? If he could be an official here, it would be fine. Otherwise, even if he wanted to help, he could only help 1 or 2 people. Wei Wei also knew the hardships of a boatman. Sometimes, when he didn't catch enough fish during the day, her brother had to stay up late to catch prawns at night. The money he earned every day was basically the money he needed to spend every day. There was rarely any time when there was a surplus. Hearing Lu Er's question, she nodded and then shook her head. I know how to row a boat, but I've never done it before. I'm still young. I know how to swim. Which child on the water can't swim? Sister Lu Er, if you fall into the water, don't be afraid. I'll save you. I'm so old. It won't be a problem for me to save you. I don't want to wait for someone to save me. I'll learn by myself in the future. I heard that the young master and young lady are very good at swimming. Next time when we learn, I'll learn from them. I heard that the place we're going to has an ocean. The ocean is blue and there are very big fish. If we catch one, we can eat it for many days. Lu Er looked at the big boat under her feet and felt safe. She yearned to talk about what she heard from others. 18 big boats with sails were sailing with the wind and the current. They were not slow. These 18 boats were slightly different from other boats. There were 2 masts on the mast, one in front and one behind. At this time, there were no sails on them. Only those who knew that these 2 masts were used to hang the jib sails. Other boats would lower their sails when the wind was against them. When they were going against the current, there would be boatmen. When the wind was against them, these 18 boats would lower their sails and hoist the jib sails. The Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War had issued a gag order. Apart from the warships of the Zhang family and the imperial court, no one else could get their hands on them. Li Sun did not stay idle. Before he came, his father had given him a task to write down everything he saw and heard. He had brought many people with him. Some were scholars and some were martial artists. At this moment, 3 scholars were writing while he was in charge of telling them what he saw. Thousands of sails compete in the current, or small boats bobbing on the waves. The shore is full of weeds and the water is turbid. Children dive into the water to catch fish with their bare hands. It's strange, shocking, and lamenting. We sail the vast and mighty boats, but ordinary people ferry small boats. How many of them know what the common people want? When I hear that the people of Luzhou are suffering, I, Li Sun, swear that when I return, the people of Luzhou will have enough food and clothing. Li Sun stood on the deck with his hands on his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he spoke. Among the 3 scholars, 2 of them did not move while the last one wrote quickly. The little prince cares about the people of the world. I'm impressed, the scholar said to Li Sun after he finished writing. I have the ambition to bring peace to the world, but I don't have the ability to do so. Wait for the Zhang family. The Zhang family has always been extraordinary. Have you gotten used to it? Li Sun knew his place. He swore an oath and waited for the Zhang family to do it. He could only follow along and help. Little prince, I've been eating well, but my stomach feels uncomfortable when I'm floating on the water. I don't know why, the scholar replied. Li Sun smiled and said, It's normal for seasickness to be like this. Is it because you saw that the Zhang family and Wang family are fine, so you're curious? They came out of the water because they fainted. Before they came, they practiced for a few days. They'll be fine after a while in the lake on Herb King Mountain. I wonder when the people of the world will be able to live a good life. As Li Sun spoke, he saw a small boat being overtaken by a fleet. He felt that if there was a bridge here, it would be more convenient for people to come and go. If it was in the past, he would never care about this. Ever since he saw that the thing was given to Lu Er's family, he kept in touch with the Zhang family from time to time. That was why he changed. He restrained himself and learned to help the weak. He also felt the joy of helping others, especially those who couldn't eat. He first gave them something to eat and then found a job to do. He felt a good mood that he had never experienced before. What touched him the most was the scene when Zhang Zhong left Huiyuan County. He also wanted to have that kind of opportunity. He decided that when he got a fief, he would ask Zhang Zhong to be an official. That way, when he walked outside, he would see a smile on the people's faces. After another 2 days, the fleet arrived at Kaifeng. The next step was to change the route. From there, they would go to Chuzhou City to resupply. At the same time, they would buy and sell some goods. There was a big dock in Kaifeng that was specially used for docking ships. When the 18 ships were about to pass by it, something unexpected happened. There were more than 30 people at the dock, old and young. Unlike other people who were waiting for the ships, they were pushed and prevented from getting close to a ship. Later, more people joined in and pushed the ship together. The people of the Zhang family saw it, but they didn't understand what was going on. Li Sun wanted to let the people live a good life. When he saw injustice, he wanted to help. Stop the ship. The other ships go first. My ship stopped. Go down and ask what happened. Following Li Sun's shout, the ship came to a stop. Immediately, someone went down to inquire. The other ships continued to move forward. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also saw it. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. They wanted to wait for Li Sun to catch up with them. After the 17 ships left for more than an hour, Li Sun's ship caught up with them. From the water behind the ship, they knew that he used a propeller. Only 2 ships in the fleet were equipped with propellers. Zhang Xiaobao's ship and Li Sun's ship. They didn't usually use them. When Li Sun's ship came closer, an arrow was shot from the ship. There was a letter tied to the arrow. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't read the letter first. Instead, they looked at the place where the arrow hit the ship. "What a wastrel!" Zhang Xiaobao scolded. He then opened the letter and read it. Wang Wan also moved her head closer to him. "There is a drought? Why didn't anyone report it?" Wang Wan muttered after reading the letter. "Isn't it the same? A few other counties were affected by the drought. If we can hide it, we will hide it. So, there are people escaping? Why can't there be thousands of people? Go back to the ship and pick up all the escapees in Kaifeng." Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought that the place they were going to had a small population. Why not take them to other places? They were all citizens of Tang. Why couldn't they live somewhere else? The letter said that the fugitives had no money to take a boat or eat, so they begged other boats to take them to other places or give them food to eat. If someone was willing to take them in, they could even help with some work. In the end, the people at the docks saw that they were dressed in rags and had stolen goods on them. They were afraid that they would spread the disease, so they asked them to leave. The people at the docks were still waiting to work. If the ships that came here saw this group of people and stopped next to them, where would they go to get work? They started to drive them away. Once Li Sun's people arrived, things became easier. No one dared to offend them. They waited for Li Sun's orders. Li Sun was full of ambition. He naturally took them to the ship and asked them to get food and water for them to wash up. Only then did he catch up. Zhang Xiaobao's words meant that the decision was made. He passed down the order and the first 2 half-full cargo ships were unloaded at the dock. He also sent people to inquire about the situation of the fugitive. At Kaifeng, they dismounted their horses and started looking for the fugitives. The other ships couldn't move for a while. They could only anchor at the docks and do some simple resupply. Chapter 403. The officials in Kaifeng also knew what Zhang Xiaobao was doing. It was reasonable to say that they should stop him and not let the people under their jurisdiction leave. However, if they really wanted to do so, they had to solve these personal problems first. Obviously, the officials did not want to take out extra money. After last year's autumn harvest, they had taken out money to make up for it in the winter. Now that it was spring, the price of some things was rising. The people in the disaster area did not even have a seed. There were too many things to make up for. No one knew if the drought would continue this year. If it continued like this, it was better not to care about those few pieces of land first. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao's plan to pull people in went very smoothly. In order to block this matter, the officials even turned a blind eye to the passing 4th-rank officials and the little prince and let people pull the disaster victims in group. The 2 cargo ships were emptied, but they did not make much money. They were too close, so they could only say that they were keeping their capital. The ships that were emptied were not used to carry people, but to carry food, so that the disaster victims could eat on the way. The 18 ships, each of which was emptied a little space, could hold 800 to 800 people. Of course, Li Sun and the Zhang family's flagship would not let the disaster victims come on board. The Zhang family had too many secrets, and Li Sun wanted to ensure their safety. On the first day, only 60 people were found. From the second day onwards, more people were found. In 5 consecutive days, a total of 841 people were found. In 5 days, Zhang Xiaobao earned an extra 200 strings of coins, which made the people who knew about it really speechless. After stopping the ships, Zhang Xiaobao saw that the goods they brought did not make much money, and only kept their capital, so he immediately asked people to buy fish, shrimps, and other grains and vegetables here. The people on the ships moved and sold rice. Kaifeng was not much worse than Chang'an. It was very prosperous. The rice was divided into different grades. The highest grade earned 3 strings of coins, the middle grade earned 2 strings of coins, and the low grade earned 1 string of coins. The people on the docks, the people coming and going, and the pedestrians on the streets of Kaifeng. In 5 days, the fresh and delicious food was cheap, so Zhang Xiaobao sold more than 70,000 set. It became a trend here, especially for the people in Kaifeng who had retired, their family members, and their servants began to spread the news on the second day. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect this kind of thing. He thought that it would be enough to make a few strings of coins, mainly to train the people on the ships to cook. At the same time, he let some smart people understand the idea of grasping business opportunities. According to Wang Wan's words, they should not give Zhang Xiaobao any chance. When he had no money, they should not listen to him. When he had money, they should avoid him when they heard his name. This way, he would not be able to earn money. Wei Wei and Lu Er were in charge of calculating the accounts. When all the accounts were out, they looked at the young master with even more admiration. Just by stopping the ships and waiting for people, they could make so much money. 200 strings of coins, which was enough to buy seeds and farming tools for the people of a county and feed them for more than a month. After stopping here for 10 days and half a month, there were no more victims. It seemed that the officials in Kaifeng were not as capable as the young master and could not be compared to the Zhang family. At this time, some people had learned the cooking methods of the fleet and started to make all kinds of rice. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that most people had arrived, he did not want to waste any more time and ordered the fleet to continue moving. When the 18 ships left, the officials in Kaifeng went to the docks to watch. Fang Xiaoyi, what do you think of this? An official asked another official. County Magistrate Tian, what do you think? Fang Xiaoyi did not answer directly, but asked a question in return. County Magistrate Tian thought for a while and said, I don't know. What's going on? They bought all kinds of things from us and transferred them to make the food that is convenient to eat. They actually sold so much. The restaurants here also have the kind of fast food that can be eaten immediately. Why did they buy it from them? I think I understand. Although we also have fast food here, the rice and vegetables are separated. The vegetables have less soup, so they put the rice and vegetables together. They also have a special kind of small pickled vegetables. It has a lot of juice and it is faster to eat. The taste is also different from normal. I estimate that they can earn more than 100 strings of coins in these 5 days. Even a ship of goods can't earn so much, unless they ship the goods from far away and don't have here. This is great. In the future, we will also do this in Kaifeng. Fang Xiaoyi analyzed. He just did not count the money they earned. County Magistrate Tian thought for a while and said, Fang Xiaoyi is really good. This time, we have a lot of free land. When the new year is better, other people will come and save us a lot of trouble. Zhangzhong is really not a small matter. Initially, I was just here to watch the show. However, a person who can rule over a county and a province hasn't made any progress with Lu Zhou. It seems like it's impossible. He can earn so much money just by docking a ship. When he gets there and takes charge, perhaps there'll be people fighting to go to Lingnan. We can't compete with this kind of person. Let's go back and have a look. We have been stopped for 5 days, and we have collected a lot of taxes. The Zhang family and Zhangzhong, we must not offend them in the future. Fang Xiaoyi was surprised and happy. In the future, there would be a lot of simple food here. The shops, restaurants, and even the common people would have more income. The Yamen would collect more taxes. At the same time, he also learned something. This was a good thing. He was surprised because as long as the Zhang family was there, people would be scared and do things unrestrainedly. The fleet continued to move forward, and the 841 people on board were all changed into new clothes, and their hair was also combed. Those who were sick or injured were also treated, and the money used was the 200 strings of coins. Even so, it was not spent. The clothes and medicinal herbs added up to 50 strings of coins per person. When bought in bulk, the price was cheap. 40 strings of coins was enough. Before they boarded the ship, they had been told where they were going. Luzhou, a very far place. However, these people did not object. They were originally fleeing. As long as they could survive and did not leave Tang, it did not matter where they went. When they boarded the ship, they were very obedient. They knew that there was a little prince, a 4th-grade official, and a 7th-grade official, so they did not dare to cause trouble. They just did what they were told. Besides, the food was not bad. There were white flour steamed buns, a vegetarian dish, a meat dish, and a soup. Not to mention when they were fleeing, they did not dare to eat such food every meal in normal times. Some people who had followed others to Sanshue County began to tell others about the power of the owner of the fleet. There was no need to deliberately exaggerate. When the truth was told, people who did not know were frightened. Because of the existence of the Zhuangzi and Zhang family, the people of Sanshue County could eat meat every day. As long as they were willing, they could eat dumplings every meal. Zhang family and Wang family were even more amazing. Every family lived in a 2-story building. The children went to school, and the adults also had time to learn. Except when they were working, they did not wear clothes made of coarse hemp. If one family paid, they could buy a small shop in an ordinary place. If several families paid together, they dared to buy a restaurant. How much money did they have? Being a farmer was like this. Who cared about contracts? If they were driven away, they would not leave. They would be farmers. After such publicity, the escapees began to identify with the fleet. Whenever Zhang Zhong, Li Sun, and Wang Wan's father had nothing to do, they would go to other ships to have a look. These escapees respectfully expressed that they would work hard when they arrived at the place and would be willing to become new farmers. As a result, Zhang Xiaobao had to arrange things in advance. There was no Zhuangzi yet. No matter what, they had to choose a place. A map that looked like a map was placed on the table. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about where to buy land. Both families had officials, so they would be given some land. Zhang Zhong was a 4th-rank official, with a yearly salary of 265 sure and 7 hectares of farmland. Wang Wan's father was a 7th-rank official, with a yearly salary of 70 sure and 30 to 50 mu of farmland. Neither of them had a title of nobility, nor did they have any meritorious service, otherwise they would have received even more. In fact, Li Sun had the most. He had not been officially appointed as a marquis. He was just eating from his family. He was still young. When he grew up and had a fief, he should be a commandery prince. Just the land alone was 150 mu. He was anxious. When he grew up, he would be able to rule his own place. What kind of lousy map is this? It's not detailed at all. Where can we find land? Wang Wan looked at the simple map. She really did not know what to do. Zhang Xiaobao was also confused. The game maps he bought were more detailed than this. Who drew this map? He sighed helplessly and rolled up the precious map again. Forget it. We'll look at it when we get there. Let's choose an ordinary place and improve it. When we get to Suzhou, it's called Chuzhou, we'll see if there are any good specialties there. I heard that the Suzhou embroidery there is good. Let's buy some to make clothes. Specialties? Does Biluakun count? I heard that there was also Jiangzhou fish. Let's get the tea first and then buy more Jiangzhou fish. We can sell them at a high price. Wang Wan remembered these 2 things. Zhang Xiaobao disagreed. Biluakun is fine, but Jiangzhou fish is not. No matter how good Jiangzhou fish is, it can't be sold at a high price. The next stop is Zhujiang. Then we'll walk along the sea. Who will buy frozen Jiangzhou fish? Forget it. Biluakun is fine. We can go there at this time. We can buy more. Wang Wan did not care about the Jiangzhou fish. Chapter 404. Li Sun's actions were all taught by Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao said that as a leader, he had to learn these things. Li Sun didn't even think about it and did as he was told. Needless to say, the effects were pretty good. When the commoners knew of his identity, and saw that he could wear such clothes and say such words, they all became more respectful. Every day Li Sun would take a look around, and sometimes she would even eat a meal with the commoners. After 7 consecutive days, the boat finally arrived at Chuzhou City. Originally, going with the current would have shortened the journey, but who would have thought that a gust of wind would blow in, causing the jib sail to not be raised, which affected the speed of the boat. In fact, this was Zhang Xiaobao's intention. He was ready to find a reason to slow down the boat. Otherwise, he would have arrived 2 days earlier. At that time, the Biluakun had not been picked yet. He was afraid that the people in the tea garden would think that they deliberately came to buy tea and raise the price. Otherwise, all the boats would have raised the jib sail and paddled, and it would have taken less than 4 days to get there. At this time, the spring water was very hot because of the melting snow. When they arrived at Chuzhou City, Zhang Xiaobao arranged for people to collect the tea leaves. It would be best if the people in the inner courtyard could pick the tea themselves. He asked people to supply the tea while he took his family to eat. The Japanese grenadier fish in the river were not bad. Almost every one of them could be eaten with a few pieces of deep river stone, which was the thick bones on the fish. This was not a man-made fish. It was a pure wild Yangtze grenadier fish. Zhang Xiaobao not only ate it, but also bought some and froze it for his family to eat in the future. He also bought some shrimps, but not crabs. No matter how delicious the hairy crabs were, it was not the season. He sold a lot of goods shipped from Huayuan County. It was difficult for him to adapt to the different cultures and eating habits of the different regions, but it was very easy to eat something new. The boat was suddenly empty. Except for buying some rice and noodles, there was still a lot of space left. He couldn't fill it with tea leaves. He wanted to do that, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough tea leaves. How could Zhang Xiaobao go on an empty boat? After thinking about it, he began to buy bamboo shoot. He also bought some good purple bamboo. He planned to look for places that did not have bamboo shoots along the way and make them into things to sell. He brought the purple bamboo all the way to his destination and used it to make some utensils. This purple bamboo was not bad at making musical instruments, especially the flute. Between the big sales and big purchases, the group spent 5 days here. The people who went to buy the tea leaves also came back with young leaves. There was also a place where the people of the main courtyard bribed the people on the tea mountain and personally went to pick the tea leaf. Zhang Xiaobao treasured these tea leaves very much. Seeing that there was a lot of tea leaves, he reluctantly made 2 tea leaf dishes. The 2 families and Li Sun ate happily. Cast the jib and row the oars. Turn the wheels on both sides of the ship. Go to Hangzhou. Hurry up. There's still Longjing tea over there. After Zhang Xiaobao finished collecting the tea leaves, he began to issue new orders. The speed of the ship suddenly increased. In addition, the front of the ship was deliberately riveted with steel plates, which increased the ability of the front of the ship to divide the water. After the 18 ships were carried by inertia, their speed became faster and faster. Even the small fast boats on the canal could not compare to them. Along the way, everyone was shocked. After a while, the direction of the wind changed, and all the sails were raised. For 24 hours, the people on the boats took turns to paddle. In just a little over 3 days, the fleet flew to their destination. This speed was so fast that it could scare people to death. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not satisfied. They felt that it was too slow. In the future, they had to think of more ways to increase the speed of the ship as much as possible. If they were driving on the highway, they would not need 3 days. As long as they were not afraid of being fined, they could reach their destination in 2 hours. As soon as the ship arrived at their destination, they began to sell goods again. They also went to buy Longjing tea leaves. Some of the tea leaves could be bought new, but some were made into tea balls. It was impossible to make green tea from the tea balls like before. Even so, they still bought more. At the very least, Lu Zhou did not have Longjing tea. This time, because most of the tea leaves had been collected, they did not stay for long. It took them a total of 3 days to buy and sell goods. The fleet set sail again. This time, they could not take the inland river. The river there would disappear after a certain extent. It could not be completely connected. If someone connected a few rivers like Sanshui County and Huayuan County, then they could bypass a section of the sea route and go through the inland river. Usually, the imperial court did not set a time limit for exile. After all, the land route was difficult, and it was easy to die on the way. However, it gave Zhang Zhong 3 months. He wondered if the imperial court wanted to see how fast a ship with propellers could go. If it were anyone else, they would rather not go than agree, but Zhang Zhong did. It had been more than a month since they left the capital. The rest of the time, they would have to sail the sea to Luzhou. The Zhang family's fleet was equipped with triangular sails, and the bows of the ships had been modified. There was a lot of space on the ship. There was no need to stop for supplies. Otherwise, if it were another ship, they might not be able to reach this speed even after 2 to 3 months. Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to stay for too long. He went around the sea. As long as they did not encounter typhoons or reefs, they would be fine. After a month and a half, the fleet finally avoided all kinds of dangers and arrived at Luzhou. At this time, Luzhou was hotter than the summer in the capital. The people on the ship were all tanned, especially Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them would come out to bask in the sun when they had nothing to do. Without sunscreen, it was difficult not to become tanned. There were less than 10 days before the 3-month deadline. The closest place to the sea was Ulei County. It was just a county below the sea. There were no good docks at all. It was difficult for the 18 ships to dock. Fortunately, there was a sunken bay in this place. It was called Qinzhou Bay. It was a very good natural harbor. The 18 ships went around the bay and arrived at this place. While they lowered the small boats for Zhang Zhong to take over, they contacted the local people and hired them to help build a simple dock. Zhang Zhong's handover was very smooth. The original provincial governor wished he could have brought Zhang Zhong here from the capital. He was too poor. Most of the people here were fishing and farming. When the wind came and the salty rain came, they would not be able to produce much. It was difficult to find people to work. There were 4 counties in this prefecture, or rather, 4 commanderies. Only Jade Mountain Commandery was slightly bigger. However, there were only about 500 households and less than 3,000 people. The total population of the 4 counties was no more than 7,000 people. A prefecture, even a lower prefecture, could not have such a small population. It was no wonder there were so many fishermen. Every year, a large amount of local specialties such as silver, hawksbill turtle, turtle skin, jade feather, and armor fragrance were needed. If they did not go to the sea, where would they find these things? Except for silver and peacock feathers, which were found on land, the rest had to be found in the sea. The 4 counties were all lower counties, and the province was also a lower province. When the locals saw the 18 ships, their eyes were filled with surprise and vigilance. Looking from the ship, these people were even darker than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Especially those who were supposed to be in their 30s, they looked like they were in their 50s or 60s. Li Sun raised his clairvoyance and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were standing next to him, curiously, "What's going on?" "Look, that person is obviously the father of the 2 children. Why does he look like the grandfather of the 2 children?" "It's very simple. They eat a simple diet and lack some necessary nutrient. They work too long outside, are exposed to the wind and sun all day, and are eroded by the sea. Coupled with the worry brought about by poor living conditions, they became like this." Zhang Xiaobao saw that a few children were especially thin, but their stomachs were protruding. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobao trembled in fear. Wang Wan understood why Zhang Xiaobao had such a reaction. She comforted him. It shouldn't be because of floating water or parasites. Thin bodies, big counties. Don't think of our children as African. Zhang Xiaobao took a closer look. Indeed, it was because their bodies were too thin. Li Sun did not know which province Africa was, but he was even more curious. Why are people who live by the sea so thin? There are fish and shrimp to eat every day, so they should be fat. Then try to eat fish and shrimp every day. People here live by the sea, so it's very difficult to sell fish for money. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in a county. The neighboring places are better than here. It's just that they don't know what to plant to increase production. If there's a typhoon or something, everything will be gone. Didn't they say that the world is wide and the world is wide? This counts as well, right? Zhang Xiaobao saw the scene in front of him and began to worry. He thought that it would be difficult to come here, but he did not expect it to be so difficult. Children in their teens had no clothes to wear, adults only wore a pair of linen pants, and some women were just topless. The conditions were really too poor. What exactly was the difference? The fishing nets on the shore were also made of linen. Many small boats were directly hollowed out in the middle of the wood. There was not a single decent boat. The people on the shore and the people on the boat looked at each other. The people on the boat were curious, and the people on the shore were curious with a sense of exclusion. Zhang Zhong finished the handover 2 days later and returned. Along with him were the county magistrates of Wulei County, Huaqing County, Ninghai County, and Yushan County. There were also a few other deputies. From these people's official robes, they did not see anyone from the 6 departments, nor did they see those high-ranking officials in the state. Li Sun looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still in a daze, and explained, "In Lower Province, there are only a few people who can work in the yamen. Now is not the time to be collecting things, so most of them have returned home to do their work. The imperial court cannot directly give them their salaries, so they can only take from the taxes collected locally. They do not dare to underpay the imperial court, so there are only a few fiefs that are of little use." "But isn't silver produced here? Is silver not valuable?" Zhang Xiaobao really could not understand. He had never encountered such a situation. Chapter 405. Zhang Xiaobao listened attentively. Li Sun told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan everything he knew. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan know that there were not many redundant officials in a lower province like this. It was not that such a position was impossible, but that no one would come. Lu Zhou did not even have a military clerk. Zhang Zhong could be said to be a master of both military and political affairs. As for how many soldiers he had, it was hard to say. If all the people were soldiers, there should be about 7,000 soldiers in 4 counties. If all the soldiers were recruited according to the original method, well, that was, fortunately, we have trained 65 people ourselves. Otherwise, how much food would we have to feed them to make them fit enough to be useful? Wang Wan said with a lingering fear. Zhang Xiaobao continued to watch, and found that there were only a few yamen runners who were not following them. Each of them had patches on their clothes. Even the clothes of a county magistrate were the same. Beside his father stood a man wearing the same color as his father. The dark red color of his clothes told others that he was a 4th-grade official. However, the color of his official robe seemed to be between dark red and light red. Which dyer dyed it? Awesome! With the presence of the officials, the onlookers finally knew that the newcomers were not bandits but new high-ranking officials. The common people were not interested in the newcomers. They were curious about the 18-ship. After the 4 county magistrates and the provincial governor who could go back, the common people learned that the new provincial governor's surname was Zhang. He was a very young man. He was the one who brought the ship. Since he wanted them to help build a temporary dock, they had to start working. They could not refuse such a high-ranking official's order. More than 1,000 strong men began to get busy. Some were looking for tools, some were chopping trees. This was just the common people of one county. They did not know about the people in other places. The older people sat on the side and gave instructions. The younger children were curious. Some played on the beach, and some jumped into the water and swam towards the boat. They were called back by their families on the shore, and they didn't go back. They just stayed there and watched. Zhang Xiaobao sat on the boat and watched the commoners work. He looked up at the sky and saw that it would be noon soon. According to the rules of the Zhang family, when others were working for them, they had to prepare food. The farmers had to prepare food for those who worked, not to mention that these commoners were working for free. Huzi, take your men and change into wetsuit. Jump down. The cook and some ingredients will be sent ashore later. You guys are in charge of protecting them. Zhang Xiaobao instructed Huzi, who was standing behind him. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. After such a long period of training, good food, drinks, and massages, it was time to take them out for a walk. Yes, Huzi answered. He turned around and shouted to the other 55 people, everyone, get changed and become bodyguards in the water. Everyone responded in unison. They turned around and raised their arms to their chests. Then, they stepped in orderly steps to change their clothes. After a while, the 56 people ran back. They were wearing swimsuits made of fish skin, and there was a small bag made of the same kind of fish skin close to their waist. In their hands were 2 feet long, very thin, double-edged steel awls. They stood on the side of the boat one after another. Huzi took a deep breath and shouted, "Jump!" 56 people jumped down from the nearly 40 feet high ship at the same time. They flipped in the air, head down and feet up, and put their hands together to protect their heads. When they entered the water, there was a splash. Their bodies turned slightly in the water, and their chests were completely exposed. Li Sun had never seen these people train. When he saw them in formation. He looked at the 56 people in formation in the water. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in surprise and asked, "How did you train them? Don't tell me that we can get out of this by following the formation." A reasonable diet, a scientific training program, the patience of the instructor, and their political awareness. That's how you train them. Wang Wan made up a story to Li Sun. Li Sun was not surprised. He often heard all kinds of strange words. He said to the two of them, "Then help me train them in the future. Just follow what you said. There's no need to follow the formation. I'll train them myself." The three of them chatted casually, but the people on the shore were not. Everyone, including Zhang Zhong, was surprised. Who were the people who jumped off the boat? Those with long vision saw that the people who jumped off the boat were covered in a light black substance from head to toe. Only their eyes and mouth were exposed. "Governor Zhang, did you bring these people here too?" Huaqing County's county magistrate, Hua Qixing, asked softly. Zhang Zhong knew that these were the 65 people. He had seen them when they were training as diving swimmers. However, he did not expect that his son and daughter-in-law would be so good after they trained them as if they were just playing around. When he heard the question, he nodded. "Yes, I brought them here. They are the guards at home to protect the young seedlings. I don't know why they jumped down. They're so high." Zhang Zhong did not believe himself after he said that. Protecting the young seedlings with such people? But that was the truth. The strong Team Zero of the seedlings. Hua Qixing naturally did not refute. He smiled and nodded. "I see. It seems that your family is good at farming. You can tell just by looking at the people protecting the seedlings. It's all right. During last year's autumn harvest, there were not many fields. They were all rice, only about 3 dan of rice. If you put it in the fields, you could get 5 dan of rice. I just don't know what will happen if you plant it here." Zhang Zhong spoke the truth this time. Unfortunately, Hua Qixing did not believe him at all. What rice? What kind of field could produce 5 dan of rice in 1 mu? He thought so in his heart, but he still agreed. "Your family is indeed extraordinary. The people of our province will have good days in the future." The surrounding officials were also listening. They did not believe him either. They thought that the new provincial governor liked to boast. They did not think much of it and prepared to continue doing their own things like before. The people also saw the people who jumped down. They were quite capable to jump down from such a high place with their heads facing down. They were wearing light black clothes. It was a little tiring to look at them in the water. If they waited until night time, no one would discover them. There were people with children in the water. They quickly forgot to greet them, afraid that those people would harm their children. Zhang Xiaobao stood on the deck and looked at the 65 people. He said to Wang Wan, "The color of this diving suit is a little dark. Later, we'll make a set of dark blue ones. Otherwise, it will be too conspicuous during the day." Wang Wan also noticed and nodded. They also needed to make something for them to summon their qi. A small air bag and a stone. Otherwise, they would not be able to sink. Li Sun listened at the side. He felt that the two of them were not talking about a simple matter. What is your family trying to do? Specifically training this group of people. Those on land are to protect your family. What about in the water? Protect the seedlings. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said at the same time. Okay, then you guys protect them. I'll see what kind of seedlings will grow in the water. Li Sun did not believe in protecting the seedlings even if he was beaten to death. However, there were not many things to do here. What was the purpose of specially training the Navy? To attack others? To rely on these 56 people? The three of them casually found a topic to chat about. The cook on the ship had already started to move the items down one by one. There were more than 10 small boats below. After a while, the cooking tools and cooks arrived on the small boat and estimated the number of people on the shore. There were about 1,500 to 600 people. He made a hand gesture to the people on the boat, and they continued to put down all kinds of ingredient. 1,500 to 600 people was not the same as putting down the same amount of ingredient. There were 600 more people, and 1,000 more people's worth of staple food. In addition to these ingredients, there were also 10 large jars of salted vegetables. The head cook understood that the people here usually did not eat good food. Once they encountered something good, they would definitely eat with all their might. According to normal preparation, it would definitely not be enough. Even so, there might not be any leftovers. However, they could not make too much. The ingredients were calculated according to the amount of food an adult would eat. Children eating an adult's amount was already a lot. If they ate more, it would be easy for them to get sick. The tools were first moved over. The 56 people swam in the water to protect them. They continued to move the ingredients back and forth. The people at the place where the tools were placed retreated far away. They formed a large circle and watched. No one dared to approach. The weapons in the hands of the 56 people were a little scary. Zhang Zhong wasn't in a hurry. He looked around slowly, and from time to time, he would ask the people around him about the harvest, and what the people usually did when they came to the yamen. He didn't expect these people to tell the truth. He just wanted to find something to talk about. Provincial Governor Zhang, why are the people on your boat moving these things down? Is there no place to cook on the boat? The county magistrate of Wulei County, Zhang Yi, looked at the busy people. He avoided asking Zhang Zhong about the law and order of the county and instead asked about the cooking. Zhang Zhong was used to other people working and being in charge of the food at home. He only realized that the people here were not clear. He replied, "There is not enough space on the boat to cook for these people. There are still many people on the boat. Both sides will cook at the same time. In a while, everyone will eat together. Don't worry, they will definitely not feel uncomfortable. Cook according to the method here." "My lord, are you saying that you're going to cook for everyone here?" "My lord, we should be the ones treating you to a better place to eat as a welcome dinner." "How can we do that?" "The people will go home to eat after they finish their work." A yamen runner mustered up the courage to join in the fun and said. Zhang Zhong turned to look at the yamen runner. He smiled and said, "There's no need to trouble all of you. My family has always been like this. I can't let people do things for free. When we have time, I'll treat all of you to a better restaurant. You don't have to save. My family still has some savings." As they were too far away, these people did not know about Zhang Zhong's family. The news had not reached them yet. However, when they saw the fleet, they believed him. However, they could not figure out why someone with such wealth would become an official in Luzhou. Did he offend someone? As they spoke, all the ingredients were transported to the place. More than a dozen cooks were used to cooking in a big pot. They began to get busy. The curious people were still curious, and the people did not stop working. Zhang Zhong's first plan to pacify the people began to be carried out. Chapter 406. When all the officials heard Zhang Zhong's words, they all understood. The new provincial governor should also know that the customs here were different and wanted to buy people's hearts. Some officials were happy, some had ugly expressions, and some were indifferent. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used their 1,000-mile eyes to record the expressions of every official, especially those who had ugly expressions. These kinds of people were usually villains. They were a little corrupt, a little bribed, and used their power to harm the interests of the common people to enrich themselves, etc. They were afraid of a person who was in charge and was even their superior. The people they were most unwilling to see were high-ranking officials from rich families. It was not easy to bribe them. The common people who were working still did not know that the new high-ranking official had asked people to cook for them. Some of them were already preparing to go home and cook for their families. At this moment, the 56 people in the water received the signal. At the same time, they stepped on the water and shouted to the common people on the shore, "Folks, don't go. Lord Zhang has already ordered people to prepare lunch. It will be eaten in a while." After shouting a few times to ensure that the common people could hear them clearly, the 56 people stopped. They were exhausted from shouting a few times just now. They were still stepping on the water. It was all thanks to their usual weight training in the water. Also, this was seawater, so the buoyancy was strong. The common people had never encountered such a situation. Even if they worked 20 days a year, they still had to bring their own food. They all looked in disbelief at Zhang Zhong, who was surrounded by officials, and then looked at the people cooking on the shore. They really did have some hope in their hearts. The common people were not looking forward to a meal. No matter how good the food was, they could endure and not eat it. They were looking forward to this matter happening. This meant that the new high-ranking official was at least a good official for now. Then, their days in the future might be better. Listen to me, wait, just wait. Let's see if they will really cook for us. An old man who was being supported by someone shouted to the crowd. He coughed twice after shouting twice. When everyone heard the old man's words, they really did not move. They all waited there. The people who were working could not be so serious. From time to time, they would stop and look at the place where the people were cooking on the shore. Lord Zhang really loves the common people like his own children. He actually brought so many ingredients when he came over from the other side. I wonder how the food there tastes? I must try it later. An official who had been expressionless earlier praised. After Zhang Zhong's praise, a trace of worry appeared on the faces of those who were previously happy. The corners of the lips of those who were previously unsightly curled up. They seemed to have not carefully listened to what Zhang Zhong had said just now. They thought that the things that Zhang Zhong had brought were from the capital, and that it was the doing of that side. The people in the north liked to eat mutton, which had a strong fishy smell. As a result, the local people would not be used to eating mutton, and they would think that the new official was deliberately harming them. When Zhang Zhong heard the man's words, he carefully sized him up, smiled, and didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaobao stared at that person on the boat. Remember this person and investigate him later. Using such petty tricks in front of me, I'll let him know what a big trick is. The old man who had spoken just now shouted again, "Everyone, listen to me. The Lord came from the capital, so the chef might also be from there. The taste of the food he made might not be used to it. Everyone, listen to me. As long as it's made by the Lord, no matter how bad it is, you have to eat it." When the commoners heard this, they all nodded. They also knew that the food from the other side was different from here. As long as it was cooked, they didn't care if they were used to it or not. They weren't used to it, but the Lord wasn't used to it either. Zhang Zhong also heard the old man's words, and this time, he became serious. The old man seemed to be not simple, he could even think of such a thing. Zhang Zhong was not worried that the food he made would not be used to the people here. He had long been used to the dishes of various places. His family had found chefs from all over the capital and spent a large amount of money to buy ingredients from all over the place. At first, he really couldn't bear it. But when he saw that his son and daughter-in-law could talk about the advantages and disadvantages no matter what kind of food they ate, and they ate so happily, he got used to it after trying it. The chefs on the boat all knew how to cook all kinds of dishes. Not to say that they were good at cooking, but at least they could grasp the flavors of various places. The ingredients were also prepared long ago. His son calculated that there was no dock here, and deliberately arranged for him to lead a group of officials here to talk, saying that he wanted to see which official was trustworthy. It was reasonable to say that it was the most convenient to make stew at this time, but stew was usually a northern dish. The chefs would rather be tired and use a big pot to cook a single dish. There were 4 dishes, but there was no soup. The main dish was rice noodles. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's experience, they felt that the people here should be similar. The chefs who came from here to the capital were particular about sour, spicy, and fragrant. Especially chicken, it was an indispensable dish, and there was also bamboo shoot. The other 2 dishes were traditional dishes, braised pork and steamed prawns. Originally, they wanted to make chestnut pancakes, but unfortunately, they couldn't get so many chestnut. The food on the boat was enough for 10,000 people to eat a meal. The smell of other dishes spread slowly, but below the steamed prawns was the soup. The faint and strong smell was blown around by the sea breeze. After the people around smelled it, they all sniffed and shouted. After the old man who shouted just now smelled it, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Zhong with a look of appreciation. Zhang Zhong also smelled it and said to the people around him, "This dish is steamed prawns, real prawns. The smallest one is 3 inches long. Try it later. If you want to eat it directly, eat it directly. I also brought a few kinds of dipping sauces. Lord, you are so well prepared. Then we will have a good meal later." After a worried official smelled the smell, he breathed a sigh of relief and said flatteringly. The expressions of the officials changed again. All the expressions of life were shown. Except for the red braised pork, which took a long time and was only washed with water before it was taken down, there were still some procedures to be done. The other dishes, such as the chicken, had been prepared in advance and could be eaten as soon as it was taken out. The steamed prawns and bamboo shoots were made faster. When the cook felt that the red braised pork was almost ready, he began to put in the rice noodles. For the hot and sour soup, the rice noodles only needed to be put in and scooped up a few scoops. Although there was no chili here, and it was not clear if the local people could really taste it, the cooks here liked to make spicy things, such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and some slightly spicy things like chives and garlic sprouts. As soon as the red braised pork was ready, the rice noodles were also ready. Beside it, there were chopped green onions, coriander, sesame seeds, and shredded meat, as well as vinegar, sesame oil, and pepper oil. They could put whatever they wanted. Plates, bowls, and chopsticks made of thin wood were piled up in the cooking area. As soon as the fire was put out, the cook knocked on the pot with a spoon. "Take a break and eat. Remember not to eat too much, especially the children and the people who are working. Otherwise, if you are tired, I will have to treat your stomach." After repeating twice, the old man walked over first. Looking at the 4 dishes, he nodded and praised. "Good, you are so thoughtful. Give me a portion. How do I use this?" The old man picked up a plate. There were a few compartments on the plate. He looked at them but did not understand. The cook took the plate and put each of the 4 dishes in the compartments. He put the pickles in the small compartments and filled a big bowl of rice noodles. He handed over the chopsticks and said apologetically, "You can only find a place to eat. It is impossible to bring so many stools on the ship." The bowl of rice noodles was placed in a round compartment in the middle of the plate. It was very convenient to carry. The old man did not care if there was a place to sit. He walked to the side with the plate and began to eat. With someone taking the lead, the other people also lined up in a few lines and waited in front of the few cooks to eat. Once they started to eat, they could not hold back. They came over to get a portion after a meal. Everyone praised how delicious it was. When the people were a little less, Zhang Zhong also came over with the officials. He also picked up a plate and got a portion. When he put in the rice noodles, he made it slightly spicy and put less vinegar. His action was different in the eyes of the commoners. They did not expect such a high-ranking official to eat the same food as them. The food was indeed delicious. There were 4 dishes and 1 main dish. Usually they would dream of eating it but would not dare to eat it like this. However, how could an official eat the same food as commoners like them? Zhang Zhong did not care about that. He first picked up a piece of rice noodles and put it into his mouth. He licked his lips with his tongue and said to the other officials who were stunned, "Eat? Is it because the taste is not good? I think it's okay. It's just that the braised pork made in a big pot is not very tasty." The cooks did not dare to make it so sweet. Even the new provincial governor had eaten, who else dared to not eat? Even if they felt that it was degrading to eat with the people, they had to come over to line up and get a portion of the rice. After tasting the taste of the food, they did not care about their status and ate happily. Everyone ate the other dishes sparingly. Basically, they had enough to eat. When it came to the rice noodles, they were not polite at all. The people on the ship sent some rice noodles. The cooks could not eat now, so they were busy putting it into the soup. The meal did not take too long. It was less than half an hour, but the speed of eating was countless times faster than usual. Sure enough, there were some children who were greedy. When they ate, their stomachs were clearly full. Because they ate quickly, the signal of the nerve reflex had not been transmitted to the brain. When they felt it, they could not eat anymore. The big ship immediately let down 20 doctors and 2 medical doctors. When they came here, they gave acupuncture and massage. Some of them were fine after vomiting a few mouthfuls. Some of them were not too serious and were given some Yamcha pills. The local people were completely relieved this time. The official who came was a good official. The price of the 4 dishes was not low. He gave so many people to eat at once and also prepared so many doctors. Chapter 407. Zhang Zhong carried out his son's policy very well, which was to give benefits first. Once the benefits were given, unless there was an ungrateful person, there would be more people who would be grateful. In order to make the people believe, Zhang Zhong waved his hand twice towards the boat. Immediately, 40 doctors stood up. They were all wearing the same white gown, no different from the doctors here. When the people saw so many people who could treat diseases, they were stunned and speechless. It was the first time an official cooked for them, the first time an official accompanied them to eat the same thing, and the first time an official brought a doctor to treat them. The old man walked over and asked Zhang Zhong, "Sir, you said that those doctors are here to treat us? May I know where you live? How much money do you have?" "Yes, the doctors are here to treat you all. At the same time, they are here to learn from some people who know a little about medicine. As for my family, there is a Zhangjia Zhuangzi in Sanshui County, north of the capital. I don't know how much money he has, but in short, he can take out tens of thousands of strings of coins." Zhang Zhong just found that this old man was different. When he heard him ask, he didn't hide and told him the truth. Zhang Zhong's words made the officials next to him gasp. If he could take out tens of thousands of strings of coins at will, then how much money did his family have? The old man nodded, smiled, and asked again, "Is there a mountain on the side and a lake in the middle, the Zhang family's manor in the middle of the water? Is it the Zhangjia Zhuangzi, who changed Sanshui County from Zhongxian to Shang County with the power of a village? Is it the Zhangjia Zhuangzi who built a 2-story building for the villagers? Is it the Zhangjia Zhuangzi who made the people in the county live a good life? Is it the top scorer of the new examination? But after only being the county magistrate of Huayuan County for a year, he was able to make the lives of the people in the surrounding counties worry-free. He also allowed the people in the surrounding counties to have spare money, and even united the 7 counties to form a prefecture, Zhangjia Zhuangzi? The old man's voice was special. He shouted so that the people around him could hear him clearly. Because the officials had not received the news and were too far away, they did not know what was going on with Zhang Zhong. They only knew that the original provincial governor would leave this year and that there would definitely be someone to take over. They did not expect that Zhang Zhong did not take the land route but came over by water. Now that they heard the old man's questions and saw how Zhang Zhong nodded every time he asked a question, they were scared out of their wits. Some people understood that the new provincial governor wasn't sent here because there was no place for him to go. He was too amazing. He actually retreated from a middle county to become an upper county, and then combined the counties to become a province. If he was still a provincial governor in the capital, he would have to be a third-rank official. Advancing from the 7th rank all of a sudden to the 3rd rank was really inexcusable. However, his ability was there for all to see. He couldn't be promoted to the 6th rank, right? He was originally the top scorer, so he should be a 6th rank official directly. He couldn't be suppressed to the 7th rank anymore. This was the reason why he came here to be the provincial governor. First, the emperor hoped that he could govern this place like the other 2 counties. Second, he was prepared to put him in an important position. He was in charge of a region at such a young age. His future was limitless. The common people did not understand what he was talking about. They only knew that this new high-ranking official had done a lot of good things for the common people in his previous place. In the future, his place would also be better. They knew that this person's family was rich and would not care about the things in the province. They knew that this person was the top scorer. There would be one in every imperial examination. He had great ability and was a literary star. When these things were added together, some of the common people could not help but cry. They knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of the capital, thanking the emperor for sending such an official. This kind of official was a treasure. He would be good wherever he was placed. He was good to the common people. He had the ability and was not afraid of greed. How many years would it take for one to appear in this world? When this common person was nagging, the people beside him also heard and knelt down and kowtowed to the emperor. In the end, no one cared about Zhang Zhong anymore. Only the old man did not follow suit. Instead, he looked at Zhang Zhong with a smile. If it were a normal person who was understood so much by others, they would definitely be afraid. However, Zhang Zhong did not have such thoughts at all. What was he afraid of? He was indeed like this. Who in the capital did not know about the Zhang family's business? More importantly, he had a precious son and daughter-in-law. In a battle of wits and courage, he didn't need to spend any effort. 56 people were a little less, but the little duke's manor had a lot of guards. Using them was no different from using his own family. Now, he even had 20 of them by his side. The old man looked at Zhang Zhong for a while and suddenly said, "Lord Zhang, I know the Zhang family's ability. You disdain to be greedy for money. Other people can't give you enough money to move your heart. If you manage this place well, Lord Zhang, you will also benefit a lot. Even if Li Sun and the prince don't support you, even if the former Minister of Revenue, Bai Shu, doesn't care about you, even if the current Minister of Works, Lu Jiro, gives up on the Zhang family, as long as you manage this place well, you won't have to worry." "Old sir, you're overthinking. I came here to manage this place well. It has nothing to do with other people. Even without those people, my Zhang family will still be the same." Zhang Zhong was a little unhappy when he heard the old man use the power behind him to spur and threaten him. Did the Zhang family still need so many people to protect them now? The Zhang family was already established. Without anyone's help, they could still do what they wanted to do. Whoever had the ability could also give birth to a good son. Before he got off the boat, his son had said that he did not need to care about any power here. The Zhang family still had a trump card. He could not believe the words of others, but if his son said it, then it must be true. If his son and daughter-in-law worked together, they could call the wind and summon the rain. The old man was a little stunned, then nodded and said, "Good, good, good. I'm relieved that Lord Zhang can say that. It seems that the Zhang family still has some tricks that they haven't used yet. Lord Zhang, remember, there is a matter here that involves too many people. You have to be careful." "But the matter of the salt pan here? Old sir, don't worry. I have a plan for the future." Zhang Zhong did not wait for the old man to finish speaking and continued. "Yes, it's the salt pan. Did Lord Zhang think about it before you came?" The old man was finally shocked. He remembered that others had said that the Zhang family had two masters. It could be said that they were two swords working together. Only then did he feel relieved. If everything was thought of by Zhang Zhong alone, with his age, then in the future Zhang Zhong was slightly better. He looked in the direction of the boat and showed a gratified smile. His son had thought of everything he could think of. How tiring was it? Not only did he point out the importance of the salt pan, but he also talked about the new method of making salt. The two of them did not hide their words from the officials beside them. Only then did the officials know that there were so many people behind the new provincial governor. But who was this old man? They did not seem to have any impression of him. At this time, the common people also finished kowtowing to the emperor. They stood up one by one and looked at Zhang Zhong differently from before. They expressed their most sincere feelings. "Let's go and build the dock with me. Let Lord Zhang's boat dock quickly. It won't take 3 days. It will be built in 1 day. When it gets dark, light the torches." A strong man shouted to the others and strode toward the construction site. The others who had just worked followed behind. Each of their footsteps was very solid, as if they had endless strength. Zhang Zhong was stunned. He did not expect that these people were deliberately stalling. From their words, he knew that it would not take 3 days at all. It would be finished in 2 days at most. The difference between being recognized and not being recognized seemed to be a little big. However, Zhang Zhong was happy. He did not expect to win the hearts of the people in just one morning. The common people were really too kind. Who said that the common people here were southern barbarians? How could there be such good barbarians? As long as the officials were good to the common people, there would not be any ignorant common people who would come to make trouble. It seemed that the provincial governor would not be too tired in the future. If there was anything he needed the common people to do, he would send an official document and the common people would do it. After all, he did not intend to harm the common people. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhong shouted to those who were going to work, "I will cook for you tonight, and there will be wine. It is cold at sea at night. Drink some wine to warm yourself. There are more than 1,000 people on the Zhang family's boat. I wonder if they can come down and work with you?" At this time, Zhang Zhong mentioned the people on the boat. At first, he wanted to let the 841 common people and the people from the 2 inner courtyards come down, but he was afraid that the local people would resist, so he left them on the boat. Now that the situation seemed to be much better, he tried to ask. At this time, the old man shouted, "The people brought by Lord Zhang are with us. What's wrong with coming down to work, right?" The common people shouted yes in unison. Today was like the new year to them. They were jubilant. They knew that a good official had come, they had a good meal, and they could drink wine at night. What else could they not do? In particular, the new official had asked for their opinions. They had to give him face no matter what. Not to mention working with the common people, they had to agree even if they had to supervise the work on the side. The small boats began to go back and forth between the big boat and the shore. Except for the people who stayed to watch the boat, all the people on the boat went to the shore. The common people from Kaifeng knew that they had to come down to work when they were on the boat. The young and strong people did not need to be told much and directly ran over to do the work. There were many differences between the common people on the two sides, but they had one thing in common, and that was that they all knew that Zhang Zhong was a good person and a good official. When they started to work, they talked about Zhang Zhong. Especially those who already knew about Zhang Zhong's deeds, they told the local people in detail what they heard. The common people of the two places quickly got along well with Zhang Zhong's help. The common people of Kaifeng talked about how difficult it was to live in their place because of the drought, and the local people also talked about how they could not eat sometimes. It could be said that they sympathized with each other. When they talked about Zhang Zhong, they were full of hope for the future. Under the kindness of Zhang Zhong, the common people of the two places got to know and understand each other in a short time. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not expect things to develop to this extent. After all, they regarded the common people as the common people of their time. The common people here seemed to have too many good points. Chapter 408. Li Sun stood beside Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and watched all of this. He sighed and said, "Who would have thought that as soon as your family arrived, you would be able to resolve the conflict between the people? Your luck is good." "How is this luck?" "This is called opportunity. If other officials came by land, they wouldn't have gathered so many people if they didn't have 18 ships. Even if they came, if my family didn't cook for the people, they wouldn't accept my father. No one would talk about the past, so the people wouldn't be relieved." Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Sun attributed his hard work to luck, so he retorted. Li Sun didn't say anything this time. Seeing that most of the people on the boat had gone down, he also climbed down the ladder at the side. 56 people stayed in the water, protecting the people on the small boats as they landed safely. By this time, Zhang Zhong had a rough understanding of the situation. It was true that the prefecture was located in Wulei County, but the largest county in the prefecture was Yushan County. In the prefecture, other than himself, who was in charge of both military and political affairs, there were 4 other people. 2 of them were in charge of 2 departments. There were also 3 scribes, 50 prefecture soldiers, and 6 miscellaneous people. The soldiers couldn't be left behind. They had to follow the people who left. These soldiers were raised by the officials who left. Even if they were left behind, Zhang Zhong didn't dare to take them. In this way, the prefectural court seemed to have become a decoration, but the yamen of the 4 counties were fully staffed. There were county magistrates, deputy county secretaries, county wardens, clerks, and all sorts of other people. Not a single one was missing. Every county had more than 100 yamen runners, and there were also county magistrates and other people who were more than soldiers. As a result, if anything happened in the prefecture, they had to discuss it with the county magistrates. The local government was stronger than the prefecture. Zhang Zhong finally understood why the previous governor was so happy to see him come with official documents. No one would be comfortable if they were restricted in all aspects. "Provincial Governor Zhang, why don't we let them work first? We can go back and deal with the local affairs. We can't slack off when it comes to the people." Wulei County's county magistrate Zhang Yi said to Zhang Zhong. He had eaten his fill and was looking at other people working. Being blown by the sea breeze and basked in the scorching sun, he couldn't stand it anymore. "Well, if everyone is busy, then you can go ahead and do it. I wonder if the magistrate of the state can help me find it?" Zhang Zhong wanted to meet those 4 people. The 4 of them were in charge of the 6 departments. He did not know how they were doing. It could be said that they were in the dark. County Magistrate Zhang showed an expression that he didn't know. "Provincial Governor Zhang, the 4 people might have gone elsewhere to investigate. Why don't you go back and wait?" "No need. I have my own arrangements. You can go back and do your work." Zhang Zhong knew that many of these people were against him, the new provincial governor. Before he could figure out what they were thinking, he would slowly investigate on his own. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, some people immediately left in a hurry. Some people looked at Zhang Zhong and seemed to want to say something. When they saw that Zhang Zhong didn't intend to keep them for questioning, they also left. Zhang Zhong wasn't in a hurry to return to the prefecture. He stood there and watched the people build a simple dock. He was waiting for the people in the prefecture to come and find him. After all, it wasn't a big deal. If they didn't come today, he would go back to sleep on the ship. If they didn't come tomorrow, he would continue to sleep. Let's see who could outlast who. I'm old. My body can't take it anymore. I'll go back first. Lord Zhang will watch over here. The matters in the prefecture will be clear in the future. The old man just now used his hand to massage his waist and said this. He was helped away step by step. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun also came down. When they were about to go ashore, they instructed the 56 people, continue to swim. Come up at night. It's easy to swim in the sea. Feel the sea water, especially the waves. Now you know why we put fish in the swimming pool. The 56 people didn't say anything. They lowered their heads and dove in. When they came out again, they were already several feet away. They split into groups of 2 and spread out. Li Sun stood on the shore and looked at the sea in the distance. This place looks good. We caught a few big fish on our way here. We can eat fish every day in the future. There's no rush to eat fish. We should build a new dock here. The dock needs to be repaired. We'll follow the route we took to come here. We'll ship the things here back and the things on the other side here. We won't unload the goods midway. If we want to buy things from the other side, we'll have to come to Luzhou. This was Zhang Xiaobao's next step. Luzhou was a huge place, but the population was too small. It was no wonder it could not develop. Nobody had anything to develop it. There were so many specialties. Apart from the tributes, why didn't they sell more? There must be something going on. There was another mountain range on the other side. It was the 100,000 Mountains. It was like a primeval forest. It was similar to Fragrant Mountain in Huayuan County. However, it was bigger than Fragrant Mountain. There were countless good things there. The people who guarded this place were poor for 2 reasons. First, there were some things that were not valued. Second, there were trade channels. Perhaps there were people who came to buy all kinds of things. Due to the difficult road and the places that could be sold were far away, the people who came to buy the goods deliberately lowered the price. Let alone now, even when they came here, some villagers were still suppressed by outsiders. It was very difficult for the villagers to go out and sell their goods. Fortunately, they were here. They did not have to be afraid of being suppressed in the future. The reason why they were suppressed was because of some of the goods that were transported here. For example, cloth and medicine that were not available in the local area. Since they had a fleet of transport ships, they could bring them here and sell them at a fair price. They did not believe that anyone would dare to suppress them. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation. Wang Wan also thought of something. Xiaobao, I think the people here are too conservative. Why don't they raise more poultry and livestock? If they sell the things they produce, their lives will be better. Where are there no conservative people? It's easy to sell them. If we sell our own things, we won't be able to sell them for a good price. If we sell them too far away, we won't be able to afford to go back and forth. If we collect other people's things and sell them together, won't we become merchants? Our family has a lot of business, but they are all under other people's names. If they really become merchants, it will be very troublesome to do things in the future. Moreover, they are already used to this kind of life. For example, in the remote villages of our time, there were still people who only raised 2 pigs and kept them for the new year to eat. They still raised more than 10 chickens and waited for them to lay eggs. The main thing is that these things require capital. When one falls ill, everything will be gone. They are all ordinary families. Building a house requires money, getting married requires money, and even getting sick requires money. Living like this, many generations of people can only be rich when nothing major happens. Zhang Xiaobao actually didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. As long as the government guided them, the people would be able to live a good life. Some people were smart and forgot their good qualities. In their eyes, there was only money. There was no family affection, no friendship, and even love became a luxury. When the two of them talked, only their lips moved. Li Sun didn't know anything. He was already used to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's communication method. To him, it was very magical. He didn't know how the two of them could understand. In the end, he concluded that it was because the two of them had been together for a long time after they opened their eyes. Thinking about the rolling in money in the future, Li Sun felt that his mind was as broad as the sea and the sky. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I'll write a letter in a while and have someone send it to the military station to explain the matter. I don't know what Imperial Uncle is thinking. He didn't send your father's matter to the military station first. I've decided to pull in a few more merchants and build a bigger dock." Li Sun was very excited when he spoke. He couldn't fight for a position that he shouldn't, but he could make more money. With money, not only could he live a life of luxury, but he could also help the poor. In the future, it would be good to be a free and unfettered prince. He could govern his side well. They didn't send the detailed information here through the military station. Maybe the emperor noticed some things here and didn't want the people here to prepare in advance. It is estimated that in addition to the tribute for the emperor will also collect a lot of extra tributes for some prince, minister, or even the big families. Don't look for other people to build the dock here, just the two of us. In the future, not only will we build normal merchant ships, but also warship. How can we let other people join us? You are a relative of the country, and my father is a high official. As long as the emperor knows about the warships, there will be no problem. It will be troublesome if other merchants take advantage of us. Zhang Xiaobao didn't hide anything from Li Sun. For example, he let him know about the matter of training the army. This time was the same. All kinds of business between the two families were mixed together, and they were also connected politically. They were grasshoppers on the same rope. As long as there was something fun to do, it would be fine. Build warships? Your family wants to rebel? Then I can't protect you. It's okay to train some guards, and it's okay to hide some military weapons. After all, your family is doing too many things, and it's easy to be plotted against, especially by other countries. Even if Imperial Uncle knows, he won't do anything. But your father is an official here, and he wants to build warships. It doesn't seem good, right? Li Sun still protected the Zhang family in his heart. He also didn't think that the Zhang family would rebel. Then what was the point of building warships? Zhang Xiaobao glared at Li Sun. What's the point of rebelling? Do you know how to do experiments? There are many technologies that the people in the imperial court don't know. How long will it take to teach them? We will use a new technology on the ship, and we will tell the emperor. You will tell him directly, so that the emperor will know. If he wants to do something, he can imitate it. We will build a big ship, and in the future we will go to other places to have a look. Japan has been here before, and we will go further. We won't use warships, but only ordinary cargo ship. What if we get beaten? How long will it take to go out? Li Sun was also moved by Zhang Xiaobao's words. Chapter 409. The construction of ships and warships was a matter of the distant future. What was more important was that when it was almost time for dinner, the 4 judges who had disappeared returned. They were all dressed in official robes and had come together in a carriage. Apart from the driver of each carriage, there was also an attendant in each of the carriages. The 4 of them got off the carriage and brushed off the non-existent dust on their bodies. They smiled in unison and walked up. "I am military advisor Lu Shaoqing. I didn't know you were coming," one of them said first. The person beside him immediately introduced himself. "Sir, I am military advisor Chao Hui and military advisor Lu Shaoqing." Military advisor Lu Shaoqing and military advisor Lu Shaoqing, the third person said. The fourth person had the brightest smile, "Milord, you're finally here. I thought it would take a few more days." "Oh, I'm Jiang Huanshe from the Judicial Army. Milord, you can leave everything to us in the future." Zhang Zhong didn't smile. He looked at the four of them with a serious face and asked, "What are the four of you busy with when you're not in the prefecture?" "Thank you for your concern, sir." Military Advisor Lu Shaoqing and Military Advisor Lu Shaoqing replied, "Sir, even though there are no soldiers in the prefecture, we still have to do water conservancy. There is a lot of rain in the prefecture. If we're not careful, we can cause a disaster. These days I've been guarding the foot of the mountain. As long as the sky is cloudy, I'll be worried." "Yes, sir. Even though the tax has been paid, those things still need to be sorted out. I'm going to look around to see if anyone found anything. Otherwise, it will be difficult to handle the Earth tribute this year." The ones who said this were Military Advisor Chao Herue and Military Advisor Lu Shaoqing. Military Advisor Lu Shaoqing also said, "Sir, you don't know. The people here are not well educated. I have to look around and teach the people what is good and what is bad." Without waiting for the last person to speak, Zhang Zhong asked, "Is Officer Jiang busy investigating the case at various places?" "Not bad. This official likes this kind of deputy who puts all his focus on his duties. Otherwise, he would be letting down the Emperor's grace and the common people. The four of you have worked hard. It just so happens that the food over there is ready. Let's eat together." Hearing that it was a meal, Fan Jianxi burped. Facing Zhang Zhong's inquiring eyes, he explained, "Haha, sir, I've already eaten. I just ate a little. I'm busy, so I have to take some time to eat. Otherwise, I won't have time to eat." "Well, this official is not very busy and has some free time, so I can eat during mealtime. The rice here will be harvested in half a month, and the next batch will be planted immediately. Everyone will have to work hard. Oh, since everyone has already eaten, why don't you tell this official how things are going with your respective tasks?" This official will listen while eating. Zhang Zhong didn't seem to understand the meaning behind Fan Jianxi's words. He walked towards the food area and called for the four people. The four people looked at each other. Suddenly, a smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Fan Jianxi quickly followed and said, "Provincial Governor Zhang, we don't care about this specific matter. We just look around. There are county magistrates below. If you want to know more about the situation, you can ask them in each county." "So you can't say? Right? Then what is the use of you? Why don't you transfer to a useful place? This official will submit a memorial to the court tonight." Zhang Zhong was still expressionless. When he spoke, he didn't give the four people any face. "Thank you, milord. We really don't want to work here anymore. Why don't milord take over our work now? When the time comes, we won't have to worry about the state's affairs." Chao Herue also interjected. They thought that Zhang Zhong didn't dare to do this. Otherwise, the entire prefecture would be in chaos. It was impossible for Zhang Zhong to do things well by himself. They used this method of retreating to enter to force Zhang Zhong. As Chao Herue spoke, he even took out the seal. It seemed that he really wanted to do this. The other three people followed suit and brought the seal to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong glanced at the four people and sneered, "Since the four of you think you can't do it anymore, then I won't hold back anymore." As Zhang Zhong spoke, he swiftly snatched the 6 seals. Then, he turned to the people in the inner courtyard and said, "Take the seals. From now on, all of Lu Zhou's members will be ready. Shang Yun, since I've brought you here, it's only natural that I'll assign you a task. You'll help the others figure out what they don't understand." Zhan Kaijin stepped forward happily. He used to be the county's chief secretary. Although he didn't have a specific position now, since he was here, he would probably be given an official position. Even if it was an empty position, at least he could do something. More than 20 people stepped forward from the crowd in the inner court. If each of them had a position, they would be able to support the prefecture. At this moment, Zhang Zhong said, "Since you don't have the seals, I'll take back the Yangyiishan. I'll write on the memorial that the 4 of you have resigned because you feel that you can't do a good job. I'll find someone to replace you. Please wait, Provincial Governor Zhang. We only said a few words to make you laugh when we saw you pulling a long face. Why would we resign? Please return the seals to us, my lord. Lu Shaoqing was slightly flustered when he saw Zhang Zhong came prepared. If he handed in the seals, how was he going to do his job in the future? Zhang Zhong was too bold. He actually took back the seals. Releasing and taking back the seals was a matter for the imperial court. Then come and take it back yourselves. Each of you can take 1 seal. I have other arrangements for the secretaries and soldiers. Remember in the future that I don't like it when my subordinates joke and tease me. Zhang Zhong naturally didn't have the authority to take back the seals, but he had the authority to arrange for the empty positions. It was obviously wrong for 4 people to take up 6 positions. He took back 2 so that he could arrange for his subordinate. As he spoke, Zhang Zhong took back the seals of the secretaries and soldiers. He only gave the remaining 4 seals to Lu Shaoqing. Provincial Governor Zhang is right. We won't joke around in the future. Lu Shaoqing's face was gloomy. He went forward and took back the 4 seals. There was no need to count on the remaining 2 seals. Provincial governors had the authority to arrange for the empty positions to be filled first. As for whether they could really get the positions, that would depend on the arrangements of the imperial court. The 4 of them had suffered a loss. They didn't manage to intimidate Rinpochian. Instead, they were taught a lesson. This made the 4 of them in a bad mood, and they prepared to go back. However, Zhang Zhong didn't plan to let them off so easily. He handed the seals of the secretaries and officials to Zhang Kaijin. Shang Yun, in the future, you will be in charge of money, grain, tax, and other matters. Zhang Kaijin didn't expect things to be arranged so quickly. He happily took the seals. Sir, don't worry. I will definitely do everything well. I know how to do this. After all, I was once the registrar. Zhang Zhong nodded at him. He looked at the 4 of them and said, Since you've already eaten and don't have anything to do, stay here and wait for me to finish eating. Then we can go back to the prefecture together. I still have something to ask. How is the residence in the prefecture? Provincial Governor Zhang is asking about the residence? There is. The place isn't small. It's just a bit trendy. The previous provincial governor sure wasn't used to it. Fan Jianxi replied from the side. However, she was laughing in her heart. That place was more than just a bit trendy. Needless to say, the sea was very humid. Just the place of residence was slightly sunken. There was always water seeping out of the ground. In those people's houses, when the seepage was bad, 2 inches of water would accumulate. There was no place on the body that didn't hurt. The previous provincial governor didn't have the money to buy a house outside, so he could only live there. She didn't know how this newcomer was like. Zhang Zhong and Wei Wei nodded. He wasn't worried about the humidity at all. When he came, he had already made preparations. There was nothing better than lime to absorb moisture. When the time came, he just had to sprinkle some everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao stood to the side and frowned. He wondered how trendy that place could be. The Zhang family didn't want to buy a house outside to live in. If something suddenly happened, they wouldn't be able to react in time. For example, if there was an unexpected situation and they didn't have time to deal with it in time, it would be 2 different things if they didn't live in time in the Yamen. If they lived outside, it would be easy to be impeached. At this time, it was already time for dinner. Like before, the common people were eating first. When there were fewer people, Zhang Zhong would get a portion. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun were also waiting. This time, Li Sun found an excuse to come out for treatment. He didn't want to reveal his identity. When the time came, he would buy a house next to the Yamen and live there. When he was free, he would find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to play. There were still 4 dishes in the evening. The main dish was pork pancakes and some wine, which made the common people feel Zhang Zhong's kindness. especially the wine, which they couldn't drink at ordinary times. It was too expensive. The fishermen liked to drink some wine. In the morning, they would go out to sea before dawn. When the sun rose, some fishing boats came back one after another. The water was still cold. With the fog, drinking some wine made people feel much better. Regardless of whether they were working or not, they were all given half a bowl. There was no other way. The alcohol content was too high. It wasn't rice wine, the kind that had been distilled. The common people didn't care what kind of wine it was. As long as there was something to drink, it was fine. They took small sips and occasionally ate some dishes. The pork pancakes were also good. When it was time to eat, the old man also came over. He also held a bowl and took small sip. After taking a sip, he smacked his lips and stopped coughing. He moved closer to Zhang Zhong, who was eating, and said, "Lord Zhang, this wine is good stuff. Many fishermen will feel sore in their joint. If they can drink some wine in the future, they will feel much better." Zhang Zhong was eating and couldn't speak. He nodded to show that he understood. He glanced at his son. His son returned a confident look. Zhang Zhong was relieved. Chapter 4:10. After the meal, the local people and the people brought by Feng Kaifeng started working again. No matter what, they had to finish building the pier today. Zhang Zhong did not plan to go to the yamen today, as it was already late. However, Zhang Xiaobao insisted on going. He wanted to see what was going on there. The sooner he found out, the sooner he could find a way to deal with it and move in. The four of them did not want to go as well. They were tired after a day of work. However, when they looked at the hundreds of armed people around Zhang Zhong, they were afraid that Zhang Zhong, the provincial governor who dared to do anything, would hurt them. Therefore, they could only force themselves to go to the yamen together despite their tiredness. Lu Zhou's yamen was in Wulei County. It was not far from the county yamen. Under such circumstances, the officials in the county yamen would be very uncomfortable, especially the county magistrate. He was supposed to be the highest official in the county, but he still had to listen to the yamen's orders. He could not show his authority at all. However, Lu Zhou seemed to be the opposite. The original provincial governor wanted his yamen to be further away from the county yamen. He only had 50 soldiers, but there were 150 yamen runners in Wulei County yamen. Even if the yamen was far away from the emperor, they were still equipped with weapons. The county magistrate, Zhang Yi, bought these weapons with his own money. As for where he got the money, it was simple. The group walked for nearly 4 hours. First, they passed by the county yamen. From the outside, it looked like a dilapidated place. Fortunately, the door did not fall off. However, they could see the 2-story building inside. It was built well. This should be the county magistrate's house. That was Wang Wan's thought. A county magistrate, especially one in such a remote place, wanted to build a building with his salary? Dream on. If his family was really capable, who would come here to be a county magistrate? This was different from Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was promoted from a 7th grade to a 4th grade. If he found a good province, no one would want to do it. The group continued to move forward. After walking for about half an hour, the magistrate's office appeared in front of them. The low walls were built with mud. The paint on the door had almost faded away. There were small holes made by insects. Looking through the wall, the place was not small. Unfortunately, there were no 2-story buildings. At this time, except for a few people who were doing odd jobs, there was no one else in sight. The odd jobs were sitting next to a pile of fire and eating. The rest of the place was dark. He directly asked someone to open the door. With a squeaking sound, the door was completely opened. Only then did the people inside come over. The reason why the door could be opened just now was because they didn't bolt it. With the help of the lanterns on Zhang Zhong's side, they saw Zhang Zhong's clothes and immediately knew who had come. They bowed and invited him in. Zhang Zhong first came to the hall in the manner that specialized in handling cases. He walked to the side of the table and looked at it. There was a layer of dust on it. It seemed that nothing had been done for a long time. He then turned to the study. The study was empty. There was not even a small table, let alone a book. From the traces on the ground, he knew that the previous owner had moved everything that could be moved. How poor was he? He then looked at the signing room and other places. They were also empty. Zhang Zhong helplessly shook his head. He knew that it was not easy for others to become an official. These things would not be left behind. There were new things on the ship. No wonder all the officials were so greedy. It was not easy to become an official. If they were not greedy, how could they entertain others and give their families a good life? Perhaps only those officials who were really willing to do things for the people could be less greedy. There were also the children from the big families. They did not need to be greedy. They only wanted to achieve political achievement. Although he was not a member of a big family, his family had a lot of businesses. Instead of spending so much effort to get a few thousand strings of coins, even if it was tens of thousands of strings of coins, it would be better to take a rest during the leisure time. After taking a look at the manor's office, he walked to the back. The back was similar to Huayuan County, where there were many courtyards. Perhaps it was because the land here was not valuable, but the courtyards at the back were more than twice the size of those in Huayuan County. When walking with a lantern in the dark, he had to pay more attention to his feet. This place was okay. There were no bluestones on the road, but some sand. The sides of the road were bare. There were no flowers or plants. 2 kapok trees stood in the middle of the courtyard. After walking a few steps, Zhang Zhong found that something was wrong. There was water here. With the light of the lantern, it looked sparkling. When he entered the main courtyard, he could not find a foothold. He looked at the main room. The paper on the window had been torn by the wind and rain. Only a few small pieces were stuck on the window frame. This main room seems to be unoccupied. There is a lot of water, so it is wet. It should be the same in other places, right? Zhang Zhong asked the handyman. In reply to Master, that is indeed the case. I don't know why, but water keeps seeping out of this place. People who live in such a place will feel especially uncomfortable. If Master has money, why don't you buy a house outside? Governor Sure has always wanted to buy a house, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough money. The handyman answered respectfully. He saw that the new provincial governor was accompanied by so many armed people and felt that he should be rich. Well, this matter is not urgent. You all look around. The people of the vigorous protection team, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, follow me to other places. Zhang Zhong did not know what to do. He asked his son and daughter-in-law anxiously. He sent the others away and led the crowd to the back. After walking for a while, the people of the protection team spread out to be on guard. Zhang Zhong looked at his son. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. He squatted down and dipped his finger in the water. He licked it with his tongue and said, "It is not seawater. There is no bitterness or saltiness. It should be underground water seeping up. We need to ask others about the seepage speed. If it is normal underground water seeping up, it means that the terrain here is low. If the terrain here is not low and it can still seep up, it means that there is pressurized water below. We can make an artesian well. Huzi, go and ask the handyman what is going on here." Wang Wan judged after Zhang Xiaobao's words. Huzi ran out. After a while, he came back and reported, "This place is higher than other places. There is usually 5 feet of water in the main house. It has been built with such a high wall. The water will not seep out at that height. But in this way, other places will follow and seep up. It is not fast, but it is not slow either." The previous governor asked his family to dig a ditch for the water to flow out. It is behind. You will know if you take a look. The previous governor wanted to dig more ditches, but he found that more water came out. The surrounding area is all wet. There are many houses next to the yamen. The people are not willing to do so, so they have to fill it up. Also, there is a river 3 li away from here. The previous governor wanted to dig a river across, but the 4 judges in the yamen did not agree. They said that the yamen's money was a waste of people's money. The county magistrate also told the people not to come and help, so the people did not dare to come. Besides, the previous governor did not have the money to work. After Huzi finished speaking, he retreated to the side. There was nothing else for him to do. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Zhang Zhong walked to the back together. At the back, they saw a ditch. The water gathered together and flowed out along the ditch. When they pushed open the back door, they saw that the water in the ditch flowed in the direction of a few houses. As they walked forward, they saw that the houses had dug ditches themselves and led the water to other places. I understand. There is no infrastructure here at all. When the rain falls, the rainwater flows in the same direction as the gutters. I really feel sorry for that sure guy. The provincial governor is such a high-ranking official. For him to treat such a situation like this, he must not be an ordinary person. Zhang Xiaobao did not need to follow them to know what was going on. He wondered how that person became the provincial governor. Didn't you hear what Huzi said just now? The provincial governor wanted to do something, but those 4 people stopped him first. Then, the county magistrate threatened the people. Their family doesn't have much money to hire people to do private work, so they just dragged on like this. These people are really bad. From the looks of it, the 4 judges and Zhang Yi are bullying the provincial governor. Wang Wan analyzed at the side. She wanted to tell Zhang Xiaobao to quickly think of a solution. Otherwise, his father would also be bullied. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips in disdain. Let's see who dares to use the original method on our family. This place is settled. It is good to have an artesian well. Dig down from the unimportant courtyard and build a pond. Then connect it to the river 3 miles away. There is running water. Think about it. The provincial governor's family does not have much money, but he privately raises 50 soldiers and makes weapons for them. Why is that? The cost of raising those soldiers is not small. Does it mean that he is afraid of his family's lives being threatened? Then who can threaten his life? The bailiffs do not dare. The county magistrate will not let the bailiffs do such things. However, outsiders dare, especially his family. I think that person is related to Zhang Yi. In other words, when someone threatens the lives of the provincial governor's family, the bailiffs will not appear. We can't count on them at all. Wang Wan added. This kind of thing was very common. It seemed confusing, but it was easy to understand once you knew. If there was anyone to blame, it would be the provincial governor's incompetence. A powerful person would take care of the other party. Zhang Zhong listened at the side and also felt that this was the case. However, he was not afraid. His family was rich. They did not have to worry about whether they had enough money to raise a few hundred more people. There was also the little prince's guards. His family would not be harmed. Zhang Zhong and his family were analyzing the situation and deciding to live in the manor. At the same time, in the yamen of Wulei County, more than 10 people gathered together to discuss the matter. County Magistrate Zhang, I heard that the new provincial governor is not ordinary. His family is rich and there are many people protecting him. Is the previous method no longer working? Why don't we give him some of the salt pan and some of the other precious tributes? A skinny man who was half a head taller than the others was sitting on a futon opposite Zhang Yi as he spoke to Zhang Yi. His family is rich? You believe that he can casually take out tens of thousands of strings of coins? Don't use the previous method of threatening him. Tomorrow, find a way to find him and find an opportunity to give him 1,000 strings of coins. See what he will do. Chapter 4:11. That night, Zhang Zhong and his family took a good look around their future home. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out all the plans they could think of and planned to get someone to start work tomorrow. The 2 of them planned to turn their new home into a garden. However, when the time came, others would benefit from it. This place was not like Huayuan County, where the next county magistrate could be appointed. The position of the provincial governor was too high. Even the minister of the Ministry of Personnel could not decide who would be the next county magistrate, let alone them. However, they could not go out and find a new place to build a new house just to prevent others from owning it. This place was spacious and better than other places. It would be a pity if they could not build a perfect home. If there's no other way, we'll let the new provincial governor take a look at this place when your father leaves in the future. We'll ask him to pay for it. If he pays, we'll let him do it. If he doesn't, we'll tear down the house and block the artesian well. Wang Wan clenched her fists and gestured. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. Our family doesn't lack money. Even if the new provincial governor doesn't have that much money, we can't tear down the house and sell it to him. However, I reckon that even if the new provincial governor takes the initiative to give us money, we can't accept it. Why? Wang Wan asked, puzzled. Because he's afraid of offending people. Do you think the new provincial governor will be as poor as the previous provincial governor? By the time my father leaves, this place will definitely be prosperous. It's just like the Jia County magistrates in San Shui County. When other officials were willing to go to a place where no one was willing to go, they would break their heads to go there when other officials were done building it. Although Luzhou is far away from the capital, when it's truly prosperous, who would care about that? Stay here for a while and leave after reaping the benefit. It's not like you won't be able to go back for the rest of your life. Zhang Xiaobao felt a little helpless when he said this. There were always people who liked to pick peaches, but he couldn't refuse to give them. This peach was good, but it was not as good as continuing to be promoted. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao mention it, she also understood. The person who came must be very capable. Even if we do him a favor, he wouldn't care about this little bit of money. I'm puzzled. Why are there so many different kinds of abilities? Some people are really capable and specifically look for bad places to build. Some people can't be said to have fake abilities. In any case, they have the ability to get what others have built. Which one do you think is useful? Of course, it's the first type. The first type doesn't need to be afraid of being sent away, and the second type has to pray that his or her family's power will never change, but they also have to constantly worry about the emperor's attitude towards their family. We are the first type. We don't need to be afraid of the emperor, as long as we don't annoy the emperor. I don't think we'll be able to go to the capital even after we've built Luzhou. I hope we can go back to Yaozhou and be the provincial governor there again. My father is still young, and it's better for him to be a high-ranking official. I wonder what Li Longji will do in the future. I don't think it's anything good. Zhang Xiaobao was trying to figure out Li Longji's personality, but he found that there were many times when some people's personalities were constantly changing. Of course, this change was also a kind of personality, but it was too difficult to control. Wang Wan did not care where the Zhang family went. In any case, wherever the Zhang family went, the Wang family would follow. As long as she was around, she would never abandon her family. Her parents were different from Zhang Xiaobao's parents. Even if the final dividends of every business deal went to the Wang family, her parents did not care about the money. It was said that when the Zhang family and the Wang family were doing business, all the money would belong to her and Zhang Xiaobao. Her parents only wanted to show off in front of others. Zhang Xiaobao's parents, on the other hand, had more ambitions. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan came up with two scenarios. I think it can only be from two aspects. The first is a very poor place. Let your father continue to go there and build a prosperous place. The second is a place that is difficult to solve. For example, Zhejiang and Hangzhou. That place has always been a troublesome place. She's too charming. No matter where he goes, it won't be easy. This is also what I want. Only by making more achievements will my father's future be smoother. Let's go to an inn to rest for the night. We'll start work tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobao held Wang Wan's hand and caught up with his father. The group looked for an inn to stay in, preferably one that had a spare courtyard. The next morning, without waiting for others to come to Zhangzhong, 150 of Li Sun's 200 bodyguards were sent out to patrol the streets of the prefectural city with weapons. The Yamen also put up a recruitment notice for the local people to come and work. The Zhang family would pay for it themselves. Even if those 4 people didn't cause trouble, Zhangzhong wouldn't take money from the prefectural city's account to build his own house. The news of the recruitment notice quickly spread to the Yamen of Wulei County. County Magistrate Zhang was preparing to find Zhangzhong and find an opportunity to bribe him. If he succeeded, he would have something to use against Zhangzhong. If he didn't, he would understand Zhangzhong's attitude. After hearing the news, he immediately gathered his 150 bailiff. A small portion of the bailiffs were recruited locally, but the majority were brought here from other places. He didn't use the local bailiffs this time. Zhangzhong had already bought a lot of people's hearts yesterday. He was afraid that these bailiffs wouldn't do their job seriously, so he only sent his 110 bailiffs out to see which commoner would dare to build a house for him, and personally delivered the warning to each house. Unfortunately, he underestimated Zhang Xiaobao's ruthlessness. As soon as the 110 bailiffs went out, they were discovered by the patrolling guards of the prince's mansion. Sabers were unsheathed, crossbows were loaded, and all of them were captured at a place a little distance away from the county yamen. Precisely speaking, they captured the other 3 bailiffs, while the other 7 were shot dead on the spot. These 7 people had drawn their swords, but they were shot to death as soon as they moved. The other bailiffs didn't dare to move and were tied up one by one. The nearby commoners were all peeking through the cracks of the door. When they saw that the bailiffs who always bullied them were arrested, they suppressed the excitement in their hearts and went out to spread the good news in all directions. Zhang Xiaobao didn't plan to start the construction today. He just wanted to deal with County Magistrate Zhang and at the same time make the lives of the local commoners better. A good life naturally required supplies. This time the ship brought a lot of goods. At first, he wanted to sell them at a high price, but now it seemed impossible. The commoners didn't have money, so no matter how good the goods were, they couldn't be sold. Zhang Xiaobao could only use another method, which was to give the goods first and collect the money later. This money could be paid in installments, and there was no need to pay interest. He would distribute the goods and buy the things needed for the tribute. These were all good things. For example, shell incense, which was a kind of shellfish in the sea. It could be used as a medicinal ingredient, and it could also be used for beautifying. Another idea was to let the commoners help spread the news and tell other commoners that the new provincial governor would firmly suppress the local county magistrate. This method was very effective. When they saw that the bailiffs were arrested, they ran to the houses of the people they knew or ran directly to the place where the fishing boats were anchored. Fifth Lord, good news, great news. A person who ran to the market said to the old man who was selling fish there, What did you say? Do you think your family can eat that much fish? By less. The old man's ears were not very good. The person had no choice but to put his mouth close to the old man's ear and shouted, Fifth Master, it's good news. The bailiffs have been caught. They were caught by the subordinates of the new official. They even killed 7 people. This time, the old man heard it clearly. He asked in disbelief, Really? The bailiffs in the county were arrested by the new provincial governor's soldiers? And they even killed people? The 2 people's voices were not low. The people who were selling nearby heard them and gathered around the 2 people. The person did not care that others were listening. He continued to shout to the old man, It's true. They were really arrested and killed. Those soldiers were very powerful. They were equipped with crossbows. The 7 bailiffs were just about to draw their swords when they were shot to the ground. With only 1 arrow each, none of them survived. The 7 soldiers who killed them did not even blink. It was as if they were not killing people, but chickens. Good. Someone should have dealt with them long ago. No wonder no bailiffs came to take my fish for free. The new provincial governor is indeed a good official who protects poor people like us. I won't sell my fish anymore. I'll go home and chase the two boys out so they can build a house for the governor." The old man started to pack up his stall while trembling. It was not that he was not feeling well, but that he was excited. When the commoners heard this, they could not suppress the joy in their hearts. Some cried, some laughed to the sky, and some immediately ran home to tell the good news to their families and neighbors. Before they could finish rejoicing, another notice was posted. The notice asked the local people to tell the story of how they had been bullied by the bailiff. Everything would be decided by the provincial governor. In order to increase the people's confidence, the Zhang family sent out guards. These guards were promoted later. Their fighting power was not as good as the 56 people, but they were armed with weapons and had bows on their backs. This made the commoners feel more relieved. With so many people, would the new provincial governor be afraid of a county magistrate? There were many ethnic minorities here. To be precise, this was where the ethnic minorities lived. The customs here were completely different from other places. If it were in other places, the commoners might be afraid to say anything. But here, such things would definitely not happen. As long as someone was willing to make a decision, they would tell all the bad things that the bailiffs had done. One by one, the people who had been bullied by the bailiffs gathered at the magistrate's office. Because he had sent out his closest subordinates and left 40 local bailiffs behind, Zhang Yi did not receive the news until an hour after it happened. Hearing that 7 of his subordinates had been killed on the spot and the rest had been captured, as well as the matter mentioned in the second notice, Zhang Yi felt his vision go dark and his whole body go numb. It took him quite a while to recover from it. Chapter 4:12. Zhang Zhong, the people from the inner court, and Zhan Shangyun started to get busy. They received the commoners one by one and recorded down what they said. It would be better if there was direct evidence, but it didn't matter if there wasn't. They would spill everything under torture. The 4 judges were also called over by Zhang Zhong to listen. They didn't expect Zhang Zhong to act so quickly. He had only been here for a day, but he had already started to act. It was like a thunderbolt. Where did he find these guards? They even had crossbows. The 4 of them originally wanted to tell Zhang Yi about this matter, but they were stopped and brought here to listen. They listened as the commoners listed out the crimes one by one. They wanted to interrupt the commoners and threaten them, but there were more than a dozen people with a silver-white seedling on their chests standing around, so they didn't dare to do anything. The only way to threaten them was to glare at the commoners who came to complain. These commoners had finally found their backbone, so how could they be afraid of the 4 of them? Not only did they report the contents of their complaints, they even glared back at them. In the end, after they glared back and forth, one of the commoners didn't want to glare back anymore. He spat a mouthful of phlegm on Chao Harue's face. Chao Harue was stunned and immediately went forward to kick him. However, the people from the seedling protection team reached out and grabbed him, causing him to tumble down. Zhang Zhong spoke at this time. "Adjunct Chao, there's no need to be angry with the commoners. If you feel that they have insulted you, you can write a memorial and hand it to me first. I will deal with it as I see fit." Chao Harue knew that he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage at this time. In terms of fighting, any one of the people standing at the side could easily beat the 4 of them. He had heard that these guards with unique markings were Zhang Zhong's personal guards. They were fine even if they jumped from a 40-foot-tall ship into the sea. Looking at the expressions on these people's faces, they looked like they were made of wood. These people couldn't be beaten, at least not by the 4 of them. Wiping his face with his sleeve, Chao Harue said to the citizen who came to complain, "You dare to spit on me? I wish your family a long life." "Bah, dog official, I'm telling you, now that there's a new official, don't even think about scaring me. I'll wait for the day when you're dealt with, I'll wait." This person was not afraid of Chao Harue in the slightest. He spat again and cursed. This time, Chao Harue was prepared and did not get spat on his face. However, his clothes did not escape. There was a large piece of yellow phlegm on his clothes, which was disgusting to look at. Left and right? If anyone dares to disturb the court again, slap them on the spot. Zhang Zhong's face darkened as he stared at the commoner below and shouted. The members of the seedling protection team shouted in unison. They knew what the old master meant, which was to slap the four of them. The commoner was not stupid. The words that Chao Hui was about to say were interrupted by the new official. He knew who the new official favored, so he smiled at Chao Hui and continued to speak. Crimes were written down one by one. At the end, there were still people who tortured the remaining bailiff. The torture method was very simple. Zhang Xiaobao learned it from Xiaohong. In the past, Xiaohong commanded the poultry and almost killed those people. This time, there were no poultry, so they used a type of fish that was fished out from the sea. The shark was not considered big, only 5 to 6 feet long. It was kept in a large fish tank made of wood. When the bailiffs were questioned, if they did not say anything, then they would be put into the fish tank. They deliberately found a high platform so that they could see the situation in the fish tank. When the first bailiff was tied up and slowly lowered down, the blood that came out made the other bailiffs choose to compromise. The bailiffs who went down had their ropes cut off when other bailiffs were willing to speak. The screams scared the other bailiffs so much that their legs went soft. At this time, Zhang Yi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He wanted to find the 4 judges, but he was told that the 4 of them stayed in the manor. He also wanted to go and take a look, but he was afraid that his subordinates would tell him something and directly arrest him. With no other choice, he left the yamen alone. He didn't dare to wear any official robes. He jogged to the outside of a house, knocked on the door 3 times long and 2 times short, then anxiously paced around in front of the door. It didn't take long for the door to be pulled open from the inside. Zhang Yi jumped in and closed the door behind him. Then, he said to the person who opened the door, "Take me to your master. It's urgent. County Magistrate Zhang, please follow me. Master already knows some things and is waiting for you." The servant who opened the door said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He led the way in front. After passing through a few courtyards, when they came to a place, Zhang Yi rushed in front of the tall and thin man and said, "Boss Shun, it's not good. The new provincial governor has made a move. Nothing happened last night, but this morning it changed. My people have been arrested. I don't know what they can say." The tall and thin man looked indifferent and said to Zhang Yi, "County Magistrate, don't worry." Indeed, Zhang Zhong made a move early, much earlier than we expected. But so what? He arrested the bailiff. Even if they give you away, you can deny it. There's no proof. The money we gave you is a gift between friends. Did you take bribes? Have we ever asked you to do anything evil for us? We are just friends. There's nothing else mixed in. Do you understand? Not to mention here, even in the Ministry of Justice of the Imperial Court, it's the same. Even if we see the Emperor, it won't change. Yes, no, not at all. We are just friends. We gave each other some things, including money. Those bailiffs were just talking nonsense. They were forced to confess under torture. They can't be trusted. Then what should we do next? Zhang Yi understood as soon as he heard this. He had to clear himself first. The bailiffs might have been forced to confess. When the time came, he would find 4 judges and jointly submit a report to the court. The tall and thin man nodded with satisfaction. He looked in the direction of the government office and said, "We don't need to do the next step. That Zhang Zhong will definitely come to you personally. He just arrived here and doesn't know anything. Don't be fooled by his methods. In fact, he just wants you to surrender. Since that's the case, then he will come to you and use the bailiff's confessions to force you to submit. This is also a chance. When the time comes, I'll go with you and see what Zhang Zhong has to say. Don't worry, you know who's behind me. Even if the negotiations don't go well, I can still bail you out." "Good, then we'll do as Mr. Shin says. Wait for him to come to me. I'll take you there. Zhang Yi admired this person. He rarely made mistakes in his calculations. Even if there was a slight difference, it was almost the same. It was a pity that they didn't know what kind of opponent they were facing. They also couldn't guess that this opponent wasn't the new provincial governor but the two harmless-looking children beside the provincial governor. Zhang Yi wasn't in a hurry to go back. He stayed here and waited for Zhang Zhong to come to him. In the magistrate's office, Zhang Zhong had already flipped through the bailiff's confessions. When the 102 bailiffs were willing to confess, they were questioned separately. As long as there was a difference, they would continue to be thrown into the shark tank. Not only were they asked what they had done, but they were also asked what others had done. This kind of questioning made the bailiffs not dare to lie. If they said that their crimes were light, who knew if the other bailiffs would tell the truth? Similarly, they didn't mention that their colleagues would cover for them. They couldn't cover for them anyway. Everyone considered the severity of the matter differently. If what they said was different from what others said, they would be thrown into the fish tank again. Zhang Zhong was no longer the person who couldn't tolerate anything when he had just become an official. During this period of time, he had also gotten used to some things. However, when he saw the confessions of these bailiffs, he couldn't help but get angry. Bastards, a bunch of bastards. Look at what they have done. They actually took things for free in the county's market every day. They even forced the fishermen to catch specific fish for them. They even made the fishermen go out to sea in the heavy rain just to get those things that could be offered as a tribute. Many fishermen died at sea. They even rushed into the people's houses to steal things. They are considered smart. They only stole a small part of the things each time and came back the next day. This made the people lose their will to fight to the death. Among them, there are still 31 people who deserve to die. The rest can be locked up for a few years. Zhang Zhong knew that he couldn't solve the problem after scolding for a while, so he turned to look at his son. Zhang Xiaobao also read the confessions. He didn't have any indignant thoughts. He was already used to these things. Wang Wan was also the same. The darkness of the society was still considered bright compared to the bailiff. Father, since 31 people deserve to die, then immediately behead 31 of them. This kind of thing, you, the provincial governor, can make the decision. Let the rest go back. Since it's not a capital crime, it's a waste of food to lock them up. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and said to his father, "Let them go? Let them go. Won't Zhang Yi have more manpower to use? Xiaobao, you can't let them go." Zhang Zhong didn't expect that his son would ask him to let them go. Zhang Xiaobao put down the confessions in his hand and explained to his father, "Father, we can let them go, but not like this. First, we let people whip them. As long as they faint once, it's enough. Then, we don't give them food, water, or sleep." He had people continuously ask them whether they would help Zhang Yi in the future and whether they would listen to the provincial governor's orders. As long as they were asleep, he would wake them up and ask them these two questions. He would ask them continuously until the next night. Then, he would let them rest and sleep for a while before letting them go. Chapter 413. Zhang Zhong didn't understand his son's intention, but he still arranged it. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this matter anymore. He knew that the reason why Zhang Yi didn't come to apologize was because he still had bargaining chips on him. He wanted to wait for an opportunity to exchange conditions. If it were someone else, they would have already asked someone to find Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't just anyone. The two of them didn't care about Zhang Yi at all. They just casually made a move. The most important thing was to solve the most important problem, which was the problem of the people's livelihood. The goods on the ship should have been unloaded and transported here. The magistrate office must put out a notice to let the people know that they could get these goods first and then pay for them. If they didn't have money, they could use the things in the sea as a substitute, especially those good things that could be offered as tribute. There was no need to rush this. They could take it slowly. There was no need to take risks in order to repay quickly. The Zhang family didn't need it, and the Zhang family could afford to pay for it. The third notice came out. After the people saw it, they couldn't believe that it was real. However, when the goods were transported and they were allowed to choose, they had to admit that it wasn't a dream. All the people who bought the goods didn't need to use any collateral. They just needed to leave their fingerprint. Zhang Xiaobao believed in the customs here. The notice clearly stated that the goods could be paid for within a year. If there was a special situation, it could be postponed, but they needed to send someone to check. If nothing happened and the goods were not paid after a year, the person's name would be written on the notice to warn people to be careful of such people. They were all from the same village. If their names were posted, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in public anymore. This time, the goods prepared were very complete. There were furs, snacks, medicine, cloth, cheap jewelry, and some tools that could be used. As for the purely ornamental goods, forget about it. The people didn't have the consciousness to buy them. Every time the goods arrived at a place, the people would pick and choose. In fact, they were just short of a buffer time, so they had no choice but to sell the things in their hands at a low price under the pressure of life. Now that these goods were not sold at a high price, the value of future goods would also be high. In addition to these, Li Sun also arranged for people to use other identities to lend money. The interest rate was very low. Usually, it was 10 copper coins and 13 copper coins. That was to say, if you lent 10 copper coins and gave 9 copper coins, you would have to return 13 copper coins. Li Sun used 10 copper coins and only 10% interest. Furthermore, it was calculated on a yearly basis, not the usual monthly basis. This immediately lowered the price by a lot. Some of the commoners who had some ideas tried to borrow some, but this required them to pawn their belongings and write a receipt. When the time came, they could still report it to the Yamen. The main thing was that Zhang Xiaobao had calculated that there were only about 7,000 people in the entire prefecture. If everyone borrowed money, it would be of great use to one person. Borrowing 3 strings of money would be able to buy a small boat to go to sea. If everyone borrowed money, based on the average of 2 strings of money, it would be no more than 15,000 strings of money. Moreover, when borrowing money, why did they have to mention themselves? If they wanted to seek medical treatment, there was no need. There were ready-made doctors, and they were looking for a place to build a medical center. As long as the medicinal materials were not ginseng or deer antler, ordinary medicine was very cheap, and the cost would be collected. This way, they were not afraid of people who pretended to borrow money and ran away. If you said you wanted to buy a cow to plow the land, then it depended on how much land you had. If you bought a cow, it would be around 7 or 8 strings of money or 10 strings of money. The land and the cow would be used as collateral. Wang Wan also specially asked Zhang Xiaobao what if someone wanted to buy a bigger boat that cost 15 strings of money and capsized. Zhang Xiaobao's answer was very simple. As long as the person was fine, it was fine. It was not really a loan, so who would deliberately capsize the boat? When the time came, if there was really such a bad person, they would work for him. The work would be used to pay off the debt and they would arrange some good jobs. After they earned money, they would use part of it to pay off the debt and part of it to live. It was impossible not to have any measures of punishment that would make people feel that there was a loophole to take advantage of. In order to better publicize the benevolence and righteousness of the new provincial governor, all the goods were transported to the prefectural city to be sold. Furthermore, people were sent to the other 3 counties to talk about this matter and let them come over to buy. This way, the local people would tell the people in the other counties about the new provincial governor's actions. The next step is to dry the salt. There must be a lot of behind-the-scenes transactions there. After dealing with the people, we can implement it. This kind of salt trade originally belonged to the local government, which is the provincial government. The reason why they suppressed the provincial governor was to profit from it. It turned out that it was to boil salt. A stone of salt requires more than 400 caddies of good firewood. No matter how expensive firewood is, it is not as expensive as salt. A stone of salt can be sold for 600 or 700 copper coins. How much is 400 caddies of firewood worth? 5 copper coins? 6 copper coins? There are so many mountains. Just go up the mountain and you can get a lot of firewood. You can't blame someone for taking the risk for nearly 100 times the profit. Zhang Xiaobao sat on the couch of the inn and looked out the window at the crowd that was heading to the place where the goods were sold. He began to plan for the future. When Wang Wan came, she knew that Zhang Xiaobao was preparing to dry the salt. There was very little manpower, and the salt was produced in large amounts and quickly. There was also no need to waste firewood. When that time came, the cost would be even lower. If they used a large ship to transport it, each ship could carry 5 or 6 tons. If they took the road and transported it to places with little or no salt and sold it, they could earn 500 or 600 strings of coins per ship, or even more. If they were willing to pay the local price, it would be easy to earn 1,000 strings of coins. Thinking that if a large amount of salt was sold in the future, it would not be easy to sell salt in other places. Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Aren't you afraid that a large amount of salt will impact the market?" "I'm afraid, but we can't produce so much salt here. It is not possible to turn the seawater into salt by drying it for a few minutes. The production time will affect the output. There are also salt pans. Not all places near the sea can be used as salt pans, unless a large amount of manpower is used to level the ground. Also, it depends on how the wind blows. There's a lot of knowledge involved in this, and I don't know much about it either. After a few tries, I'll know what to do. We'll just use whatever fits our needs. Nowadays, people are still in a situation of salt shortage. It's not like back in our time, when industrial salt production was more convenient. Zhang Xiaobao had already considered this matter. It was not a problem at all. Even if he turned the coastal area into salt pans, it would not be able to meet the demand. Besides, selling salt was not very profitable for him. It would take at least half a year for a ship to go back and forth. Wouldn't it be better to transport something else? Thinking of making money, Zhang Xiaobao suggested to Wang Wan, "Why don't we cultivate pearls? This thing can make money. It can be used as medicine or as an ornament. Just put some things that can't be dissolved into their flesh, and then let them wrap it little by little with body fluid. Finally, the pearls will come out. Dream on. Tell me, what kind of shell should we use? What should we put in? How should we put it? Where and how should we raise it? What are the relevant things that we need to pay attention to? How many years will it take to become a pearl?" When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she knew that he didn't know how to do it. She made up a bunch of nonsense and asked several questions in a row. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head every time she asked a question. He wanted to say that they should put sand in the shell, but when he thought about it, it didn't seem good to wrap sand in a pearl. "Then let's kill a lot of sharks and sell their fins. This thing is good." Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic. "Who should kill them? How? Send them to the sharks to be killed? Can't you think of something that can be implemented?" Wang Wan refuted Zhang Xiaobao again without any mercy. "Then change. Let's get some ducks and release them on the beach." Zhang Xiaobao changed again. The two of them in the room, one of them made a proposal and the other rejected it. They had a long discussion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could bicker with each other when they had nothing to do, but others couldn't. Zhang Yi had been waiting for a day, but there was still no call. He was so anxious that he walked back and forth in the place where the businessman surnamed Shen was. He wasn't the only one who was anxious. The businessman surnamed Shen was also anxious. In the past, he had encountered a lot of schemes, and his calculations were relatively accurate. This time, he thought that it was a sure thing, but he was wrong. He thought that Zhang Zhong wanted to deal with the original forces here first. If it were someone else, they would do the same. However, Zhang Zhong seemed to have put this matter aside and concentrated on doing business. It was the kind of business that couldn't maximize the benefit. Mr. Shen, what do you think Zhang Zhong wants to do? He obviously has the upper hand, but he stopped. I always feel that things are not so simple. If we wait any longer, it will be easy for something to happen. Zhang Yi walked a few more times. He really couldn't suppress the agitation in his heart, so he stopped and asked. Don't worry, don't worry. Zhang Zhong must have some difficulties, so he doesn't dare to come to you directly. Could it be that he thought of the relationship between you and me, so he guessed the force behind me? Is he afraid? Wait a little longer. If he still doesn't come to you at this time tomorrow, we will think of a way. Even Boss Shen himself didn't believe the words that he said. Zhang Zhong came so quickly, and his actions weren't slow either. No matter what, he couldn't guess the power behind him. At this time, other than waiting, it seemed that there was no better method. The two of them didn't wait until this time the next day. That night, 71 Yamen runners who were tortured to death came back. Some of them even said while walking, I don't dare to do bad things for Zhang Yi anymore. I will listen to the provincial governor in the future. I don't dare to. Zhang Xiaobao's method made the Yamen runners who had never encountered it before almost collapse mentally. As long as they thought of what happened last night, they would feel cold all over. When Zhang Yi and Chen Dongjia saw the 71 people, the look in their eyes was different from before. What's wrong with you? Did they use a big punishment? Zhang Yi came in front of a Yamen runner and asked. It's worse than a big punishment. I have seen it. Master, the other 31 brothers are going to be beheaded tomorrow. Don't you want to save them? The Yamen runner who was asked looked straight ahead when he was speaking. His tone was so flat, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 4:14. The sun shone warmly. The deep blue sea pushed towards the shore from afar with layers of waves. Then, it turned light blue and became transparent. There were also some white waves that kept crashing onto the beach, leaving behind bubbles that slowly receded. Every time the waves hit the beach, there would be countless tide worms that were brought to the shore by the wave. When the tide receded, some of them were brought away by the sea while others quickly burrowed into the sand. Small crabs did the same. They used the tide to come to the beach and burrowed into the crevices of the reef. They dug a hole and buried themselves, making small holes on the beach. Seabirds spread their wings and flew in the sky. Occasionally, they swooped down to the sea and picked up a fish that was struggling to twist its body. They sprinkled a string of pearl-like water droplets. The life of the world reproduced in this noisy silence. Reincarnation, 1,000 years, or yesterday, the sea was still as turbulent as before. The fishermen who had long been used to such a life would usually catch some small fish and shrimp near the shore and fry them in a dry pot without adding oil or salt. However, today, there was not a single fisherman in the sea of Wulei County. It was almost noon, and the people in the county all gathered in the direction of the execution field. Although it was called the execution field, it was actually a wasteland. There was no platform or anything like that. However, the people did not care about that. They just wanted to see the result of the people who had hurt them. Some people even brought the memorial tablets of their dead relatives from home and waited quietly, waiting for the time when the Yangqi was the most abundant. Zhang Zhong had already led a group of officials here. There was a table in front of them. The people in charge of the execution kept fiddling with things. As they burned incense, they kept muttering. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came here. They squeezed into the crowd and became bystanders, even if they were the ones who planned this. The executioners today were the members of the Zhizhuang Protection Team and the Zero Team. 31 people were chosen. No matter how hard they trained, they would always be a little lacking if they had not personally experienced blood. When the 31 bailiffs were brought up, the people around them cheered. No one was sad that the people in front of them were about to lose their lives, because these people had taken the lives of others before. Amidst the cheers, the sound of crying could be heard. The person holding the tablet cried and said something to the tablet. When the 31 people were forced to kneel on the ground, Zhang Yi finally appeared. He was surrounded by the 71 bailiffs who were released yesterday. These bailiffs, who were usually arrogant, did not look like they did today. They looked like shriveled chickens. The Yushan County Magistrate had also arrived with Zhang Yi. He was the only one who had come. Last night, Zhang Yi had sent someone to find him on horseback, hoping that he would be able to stall them for a while. When the time came, the two county magistrates could work together to pressure Zhang Zhong. Unexpectedly, the Yushan County Magistrate was already on his way to Wulei County. Otherwise, he would not have arrived at this time. Nian Wanjiu only brought 10 bailiffs with him. He had rushed over for other matters. When he found out that Zhang Zhong was going to kill people, he agreed to oppose with Zhang Yi and save the people. When the two of them arrived, the preparations were almost done. Zhang Yi looked at the bailiffs beside him, then looked at the 200 people with crossbows. He suppressed the idea of breaking in and shouted at Zhang Zhong, "Provincial Governor, please wait. I have something to say." Zhang Yi's voice made the people around him tremble. They looked at the county magistrate, who also wanted to kill him, and then looked at Zhang Zhong. "It's already noon. Start the execution. If anyone tries to stop you, kill them." Zhang Zhong did not pay attention to Zhang Yi and directly gave the order. The purpose of this was simple. The people who were released yesterday would leave a shadow in their hearts. Even if they came today, they would not be of much use. Zhang Yi had to come. Otherwise, who would dare to work with him in the future? But it was useless even if they came. He wanted to let everyone know that they followed Zhang Yi because he did not have the ability to help them at critical moments. The 200 guards with crossbows in their hands shouted in unison, "Kill!" Looking at the people who unsheathed their swords and loaded their crossbows, Zhang Yi did not know what to do. He gave Nian Wanjiu a look. Just as Nian Wanjiu was about to speak, a guard on the other side turned his crossbow over. Nian Wanjiu swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His life was more important. Who knew if they would shoot it? With a slight delay, the 31 people in the execution field dropped their sword. Among them, 30 people were relatively good. Only one person stretched a little when he used his strength. In the end, his head was not chopped off. This person trembled and was a little scared. But when he thought of what the young lady said, cowards should return to the inner court to do chores. Thinking of this person raised his sword and aimed at the place where he had just chopped. No matter how much blood spurted out, he chopped down again. With a thump, this person's head was finally chopped off. 31 people were killed. The surrounding people were silent at first. Then, some people began to cry. They held the memorial tablets and came to the execution field. They knelt there and kowtowed to the memorial tablet. After kowtowing, they turned to Zhang Zhong's direction and kowtowed to him. With this group of people taking the lead, the others who did not hold the memorial tablets also knelt down and kowtowed to Zhang Zhong. No matter how Zhang Zhong asked them to get up, these people did not get up. Just as Zhang Zhong was about to go down and persuade them personally, he turned his head and saw that Zhang Yi had already turned around and was walking back with Nian Wanjiu. He immediately shouted, "Stop right there, Wulei County's county magistrate Zhang Yi. You told me that you had something to do just now. Why are you leaving now? Are you playing with me? Men, take him away." This shout was indeed effective. The commoners stopped kowtowing and the crying people also stopped. They turned their heads to look at Zhang Yi. They slowly stood up, wanting to know what the provincial governor wanted to do. Zhang Yi was too busy being angry. He did not expect Zhang Zhong to find trouble with him at this time. He cursed in his heart. How could Zhang Zhong not know what he was going to say? He had already killed people, and he was still asking him? Thinking like this, Zhang Yi couldn't say it out loud. Seeing people rushing over, he hurriedly shouted to Zhang Zhong, Darren, this official was scared just now and forgot about it. After hearing Darren's shout, this official remembered. I asked Darren to forgive me. Even if Zhang Yi was unwilling to accept this, he had to admit defeat at this time. He realized that he could not see through Zhang Zhong. After coming here, how was he like the other officials when they were appointed? Usually, when one became an official in a new place, there were only 3 situations. The first was to know the local officials and get along well with them. The second was to have ambition. First, they would show weakness and find an opportunity to make a comeback. They might succeed, but they might not. The third was to call the officials under them over and give them a lecture, thinking that everything would be fine. This kind of person would usually come with glory and leave with their tails between their legs. However, Zhang Zhong was neither of these. When he came, he acted like he was doing official business. He did not hide his actions at all. The first day he arrived, the next day he killed people and captured people. In just 3 days, 39 lives were lost. However, he asked about the specific matters in the manner, capturing people, killing people, releasing goods and lending money. What did he want to do? Zhang Yi really could not think of anything. However, he knew that this Zhang Zhong was definitely a person who killed people without batting an eyelid. He could not anger him. Even if he killed him, he would be investigated by the imperial court. However, if he lost his life, would it matter if he was investigated or not? Zhang Yi thought quickly. He only used a few breaths of time to think it through. When the surrounding commoners saw that Zhang Yi, who had bullied provincial governor Shi, had given in, they cheered and cursed. Zhang Zhong did not stop them. He let Zhang Yi feel the anger of the commoners. With him around, Zhang Yi did not dare to talk back. He also did not dare to stand up, and he did not dare to leave. The commoners cursed for a while before gradually calming down. They moved to the back and made space for Zhang Yi to stand in front of Zhang Zhong. They waited for Zhang Zhong to deal with Zhang Yi. The commoners finally found their backbone. The new official had only been here for a little more than 3 days, but he had already done a lot of good things. The commoners knew clearly that the new official had something to do with the new official. Otherwise, why would they wait for him to come? Especially the loan. The annual interest was only 10%. It was almost the same as borrowing for free. Zhang Yi walked towards Zhang Zhong first. He did not dare to leave for a long time. He followed behind. The cursing just now also affected him. The two of them were in a very bad mood. However, they had no choice but to squeeze out a smile on their faces. Didn't you see that the 4 judges who usually cooperated well with them were sitting there obediently and giving them looks? Zhang Zhong put on airs and sat there. He did not look at Zhang Yi. Instead, he looked in front of him. Zhang Yi endured the sullenness in his heart. He came forward and bowed. Provincial governor, this official has something to say. Speak. Zhang Zhong lifted his eyelids and uttered a word in a drawn-out voice. Yes, Your Excellency. I came here to find you because I want to ask what should we do when the rain gets heavier in 2 days. Zhang Yi casually picked a topic to ask. Zhang Zhong noticed that after hearing Zhang Yi's words, the commoners also quietened down. They seemed to be waiting for him to say a solution. He thought for a while and asked, What did you do in the past? In the past, under the leadership of Sir Shi, we worked hard to improve the irrigation system. We diverted the water from the mountain and the water from the rain into the sea. However, because the magistrate lacked money, we could not do it all. The results were very little. Zhang Yi explained and pushed the responsibility to the previous provincial governor. Oh, the magistrate lacked money? I wonder if there is money in the county? When I came here the day before yesterday, I passed by the county magistrate's office. Zhang Yi, your house was built quite well. Zhang Zhong said lightly. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. He secretly thought that Zhang Zhong did mention this matter. Fortunately, he already had an explanation. Sir, the money did not come from the county magistrate's office. It was a gift from this official's friend. County Magistrate Zhang Yi, you have such a friend? Call him over and let me see him one day. Zhang Zhong just happened to have this plan. He wanted to find the person behind this. Otherwise, it would be useless to just deal with the county magistrate. If you want to see him, this official will naturally find him. Why don't we meet tonight? Zhang Yi also found an opportunity. Chapter 4:15. Zhang Yi was finally released. Nian Wanzhu used the same reason. There might be a flood in Yushan district, so he was also released. Zhang Zhong did not have the time to deal with these two people, especially Nian Wanzhu. There was no evidence of his crimes, so Zhang Yi would not do anything to him now. The people who came to complain the other day did not only complain about the bailiffs, but also about Zhang Yi and the other officials in Wulei district. When the people's affairs were more or less settled, he would get rid of the people behind this and then deal with them. The two county magistrates were released, and the people were slightly disappointed. They thought that they could take the opportunity to kill the two magistrates. There were smart people among the people, and they knew that the new high-ranking official had his own considerations, so they told the people who did not understand. The people who did not understand still did not understand, but they knew that the new provincial governor was a good official. With the provincial governor around, they would not be bullied by the district in the future. Zhang Zhong and the other officials returned to the manor first, leaving the members of Team Zero to clean up the execution ground. There was no rain and there was no snow. They fetched water to wash the blood away, and did not put the dead people outside for others to see. They dug holes and buried them to avoid attracting mosquitoes and flies. The people dispersed, and all of them were in a good mood. Those who bought goods and borrowed money prepared to go back and eat something good to celebrate. Those who set up the stalls lowered the price of the goods so that they could sell them earlier and go back home. Those who opened the shop also added more food for their shop assistants or themselves. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also prepared good things for the 56 people. They brought frozen beef from home and were not very particular about the steak. They were very casual when choosing the meat. It was not that Zhang Xiaobao did not know about steak. He was very familiar with this aspect in his past life, but the conditions did not allow it. After all, it was medium rare. After it was cut open, there were still traces of blood. Zhang Xiaobao did not like to eat it. He liked to eat well done, and he was often criticized for having no taste. The main reason was that after the chef he hired in the past finished cooking, he would use a knife to cut it open and sprinkle cumin and chili powder on it. This time, in order to celebrate the success of the seedling protection team, she cooperated with Wang Wan to make some. She even specially prepared grape wine to accompany the 56 people to eat. It was the first time that the members of Team Zero of the vigorous protection team had killed someone. Those who did not kill were responsible for collecting the body and cleaning up the bloodstains. When they killed someone, they only felt their heart palpitate. However, when they smelled the blood, they felt a little disgusted. When the 56 of them returned to the inn, they first soaked their blood-stained clothes in water. There was a specialized person in charge of washing them. After that, they took a good bath themselves. Only then did they change their clothes and go to the courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already prepared the ingredient. As soon as everyone arrived, they began to quickly cook. With more than a dozen frying pans cooking at the same time, they were able to make nearly 30 servings in one go. 2 frying pans were enough for everyone to eat. There was no need to be too particular. Medium rare was the standard. The 56 of them sat there and waited obediently. It was not the first time that they had eaten the food cooked by the young master and the young lady. In the past, they had eaten well and were looking forward to this time. Looking at the knives and forks on the table, everyone understood that it was the strange way of eating without using chopstick. They were familiar with this and used it more smoothly. Soon, the first pot was ready and served to the table one by one. The 56 of them had never eaten beef cooked in this way. They had just killed someone and it was so bloody. They felt a little disgusted. However, the meat was edible. There was also grape wine beside it. This was not the cheap wine that they usually drank. A big bowl of it cost 200 copper coins. After a while, the second pot was ready. Each of them had a serving. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had a serving in front of them. First of all, this thing is hot. You have to be careful when you eat it. Another very important thing is that no matter what you find later, you are not allowed to show any expression of discomfort on your face, and you are not allowed to spit out anything. Otherwise, before eating, Wang Wan told the 56 of them. Otherwise, they would have to explain it to them. Everyone understood. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan started eating first. From the outside, the meat didn't look like much. After they cut it open, blood started to seep out. Because it was frozen beef, there was a lot of blood. Zhang Xiaobao used a knife to cut off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Zhang Xiaobao chewed it carefully and drank a mouthful of wine. He told Wang Wan, "It's edible. I know. It can be eaten even if it is fried into ashes." Xiaobao, look at the traces of blood. How beautiful. It reminds me of the blood that spurted out from the neck cavity when we killed people. It was so red and so bright. Drinking this wine is like drinking their blood. Eating this meat is like eating their meat. Wang Wan said while eating. Her hands moved very accurately. "Little young master, little lady, can we change the wine? This wine is too expensive. The distilled wine that we usually drink is pretty good." A team member saw the traces of blood in the cut meat and listened to the little lady's words. He tried to keep his expression natural and carefully asked, "You want to drink strong wine? Do you want to drink deer antler blood wine or snake blood wine?" Zhang Xiaobao asked with a serious face. "No need, little young master. This is fine. We will eat immediately." This person was shocked. He was afraid that the little lady was afraid of being tired. He was afraid that the little young master was not satisfied with what they did. The little young master was rarely angry with them, but he did not think that being angry meant that he was ready to give up. These people carried supreme glory. If they were kicked out of the team, they would not be able to live anymore. They would die of shame. The 56 people did not dare to say more. They ate according to Wang Wan's request. The meat with traces of blood was indeed disgusting. If it was a normal person, they could bear it. However, they had just killed someone. The unwillingness and hatred of the person before death seemed to be right in front of them. The blood that was sprayed out seemed to be right next to them. Wang Wan stopped when she was halfway through eating. "Isn't it just killing a person? What's there to feel bad about? Those people deserved to die. Just beheading them is already letting them off lightly. Some should be cut into pieces. When they take the life of others, will they also not be able to eat? Don't think too much. Put your mind on the food. Try it and see if it tastes good." After Wang Wan finished speaking, everyone felt a little better. The steak that was served at the beginning had already turned cold because they ate slowly. However, these people still ate it into their stomachs and drank the wine. Under the influence of alcohol, they were a little more willing to face the matter of killing people. After eating, they rested for a while. The 56 people continued to train. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to arrange other things. Since they had moved to Luzhou, they would not be able to leave for some time. The sand table game had to be arranged for people to check the terrain. This had to be persevered. It had nothing to do with how much money they could make. The main thing was the military map, the local specialties, and the minerals that they found by chance. Other than that, they had to do business. If they wanted to open a restaurant, they could not just open a place. There were so many ingredients from the sea. It would be a pity if they did not make good use of them. Also, when this place became prosperous in the future, there would be many people coming and going. If they did not occupy a place, it would be difficult for them to occupy a place. "Xiaobao, how did we come here this time? With your father's official position, we don't need to spend money to occupy a place." Wang Wan held a holder with a piece of silk cloth on it in one hand. With the other hand, she threaded a needle back and forth. While threading, she talked to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan planned to learn embroidery. In the past, she liked to do cross-stitch when she was free. Now, she had to learn embroidery when she moved here. She knew that women could no longer be officials at this time. She had to find a way to change her profession. The clothes of the people here were usually made by their own families. The richer the family, the better the women were. If they spent money to make clothes outside, they would be laughed at. She wanted to learn embroidery first. Then, she would open a ready-to-wear shop here and find a few good hands to make clothes for others. As long as she learned the general steps, she could design clothes according to the style of that time. She felt that it would not be a problem for her to learn with her IQ. She had once discussed with Zhang Xiaobao about what Tang clothing was. Later, she found that the clothes worn by the people of the Tang dynasty were Tang clothing. The clothes that appeared with the mentality of accepting people from all walks of life were Tang clothing. There were all kinds of clothes in Chang'an City. This made her mind active. She felt that it was not impossible to set up a large clothing group. She could even make some jewelry. Now that there were few people wearing earrings and rings, she could slowly guide others to wear them. Then, she would have many ideas to design. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, who was embroidering and was in a daze. After a while, he said, "Actually, I know how to knit sweaters. I'm asking you how to do business." Wang Wan waited for a while. She did not expect to hear such a sentence, so she asked. "Oh, it's easy to do business. Later, find a 3-star male manager and let him do it. Now we just lack a little basic power. We can provide the power, but we can't only rely on us to open a shop. It's a state. Do you remember what was written in the history books in the past? I read a little and it left a deep impression on me. At that time, people did not work for their own families. Everyone gathered together and calculated the money according to the share. Later, this method did not work, and people became poorer and poorer, so they separated. But not many years later, just a few decades later, people gathered together again. When the production resources were distributed, those who gathered together got a smaller proportion, but the actual amount of resources was more than before. Later, I thought about it. The first one is a political management method, and the latter one is a business management method. Zhang Xiaobao began to talk about the production model with Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded after listening. Then, you are going to use the business management method here? Yes, we will use this method to unite the local small businesses. We will take the lead, and they will put in more effort. We will go out. If the land route is not easy, we will use boat. We will let them transport the goods here to sell outside. Those who do the same business will form a trading company. Many trading companies will form a business management committee. Then, they will share the shares of each other. This way, it will be difficult for others to make a move. When our own people manage, they can also think about how to ensure their own interests. Under this method, ensuring our own interests is ensuring everyone's interests. It is the same for the fishermen. We will organize a fleet, reasonably allocate the sea area, and let the fishermen join in. This way we can catch more fish. Zhang Xiaobao was more relaxed in this aspect. There were so many models to choose from. It was just a matter of adjusting the details to fit the situation here.